Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power, and the committee has convened today for public hearings. Now, please make sure that your devices are silenced, and please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Gilman.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And as always, I start with a few morning announcements. So the committee has convened today for the purpose of holding public hearings on 10 bills. We will break for lunch sometime after the hearing that's scheduled for 11:30. And additionally, as publicly noticed, pursuant to House Rule 44, executive sessions on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. So that's my morning announcements. And I would like to explain, and I will try to remember to do this at the beginning before every hearing for each bill, is that due to our workload here, and in order to attempt to stay on schedule, the chair will allow for up to 5 minutes for bill introductions, followed by questions and answers. And following that, up to 3 minutes will be given for in-person public testimony, with additional time for questions and answers if the speaker allows. And today, Representative Stavis will be keeping time. And when the time has expired, we've upgraded to a red folder as opposed to the pink card, because I found that the pink card is a little bit small and people aren't noticing it, and then I have to gavel them, which I don't want to do. So I thought we'd try out the red folder and see how that works. I don't want to have to bring in a stop sign. So I think that people understand that are in the room. Please, when you take the seat, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. So is the clerk all set? Okay, so at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1690 relative to impact fees. And the chair recognizes Representative Perez, the prime sponsor of this bill, to introduce her legislation to us. So good morning, Representative Perez.
Good morning.
Thank you,
Madam
for being
Chair.
here.
Thank you, members of the committee. I will be very brief because this is very easy, I believe. Municipalities everywhere in the state are really hurting for money. And one of the things that is happening is with the growth of these communities, big growths in some. We have a lot of growth in Londonderry, but we don't have impact fees in Londonderry. But I was asked to bring this forward. I think we need everything we possibly can utilize to help out the citizens with their taxes, with the growth that is going on. So we have lots of new residents who want safety, and many communities end up having to add to their police, their fire, or their municipality. But one of the things that we don't use impact fees for, certainly not for staff, but it certainly would be nice if we could use impact fees for the additional, adding to the additional fleets for these different departments. And that is what my bill is. And it's for the purchase of additional safety equipment to an existing fleet, included but not limited to police, fire, and other emergency public safety vehicles and equipment if approved by the governing body. So basically, if they need more trucks to plow, if they need more police to sit in these in these cars, if they need additions to help out with fire equipment because of a tall building perhaps that was coming in and you needed additional fire apparatus, this would help offset some of that cost. So I really don't have anything to add to it, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Perez. The chair recognizes Representative Franz for a question.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. Is this something like, just for instance, land use change tax? That
I'm
is
sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry. Is land use change tax an impact fee? I think it is, according to the wording in here. And-
Quite honestly, I believe it is if you use the land use change tax effectively. But it's not an impact fee, I believe, and you probably all will know better than me because, as I say, I was asked to bring it forward. It's not actually part of being used in here. Under under the definitions of impact fees, I don't see that it is.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Perez, if I'm understanding you correctly, safety equipment, as you're defining it, is capital equipment, a police car, a fire truck, et cetera, and not more air packs or a fancier radio for the
Absolutely.
police department?
Yes, this is definitely to be added to existing fleets that, so with additional need. And it can be done by having, certainly when you have your plans for what's happening with the development, certainly police and fire and DPW can go to the planning board and say, well, we're getting all this, it's going to have this many new people, we're expecting, we really need to provide safety, be able to add additional.
Follow-up, please, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Isn't adding to existing fleets, capital equipment, already covered by impact fees?
I do not believe it is by this definition. I do not believe this is by this definition of impact fees. I was asked to, there's nowhere in this definition of 674-21-5 that says anything about vehicles being allowed.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Further questions? Representative Stavis?
My question. And it's a kind of a technical question, and
I'll
I'm
try.
not very sure of the answer myself, so I'm going to put it out there. Many large development projects have what's called regional impact, meaning they impact more than the community in which they are going to be situated. In those cases, how would you apply this new impact fee if it's regional impact involving multiple municipalities?
I don't know the answer to that, but my feeling would be if it is going to be over the line, okay, then perhaps whatever was done to allow that to be in two communities, whether it was worked through, their different planning departments, this could also be worked in the planning. If they find that their mutual aid fire trucks, it would probably be based on what town had the need at that time and negotiated.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Girard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Perez. My only question, based on the wording, is it says purchase of additional safety equipment. Does that mean if somebody was going to be replacing a piece of equipment in their current fleet, they couldn't use this impact fee, or is
That wording was actually advised to me by a member of your committee. And it's purchase of additional safety equipment. I would think in order to meet the needs of an impact fee, it would have to be for additional equipment. Because if you're just replacing equipment, that's really not meeting the need of additional residents and additional needs for the, it would have to be additional. So for example, if you had 10 police cars and now you felt that, you know, you brought on a couple of additional officers and you needed additional cars for some reason, and it would be for that additional, and you're on your own to replace the ones that don't work anymore.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. How would the impact fee be charged, assuming that there's a warrant article to purchase the equipment? Is it an additional fee that's tacked on to the warrant article?
I would think it would be done the way the any municipal fee is done. I know, looked at several towns that had had impact fees, and they broke it down by what they were using it for. So, for example, if you had a big development and it was houses, this much would go for this much would go for this much would go for that. Salem was a good example of one that I looked at like that. So I don't think this would be it would be worked out at the municipality, like each municipality does work out their, you know, distribution of impact fees. And it would have to be done the exact same way that you would use an impact fee to perhaps add municipal buildings. Just because it moves, I don't think it's going to change how you would go after it, so.
Further questions? So I have a question.
Sure.
The language that you're adding through this bill to this section of law, I'd like you to focus on lines 13. 13. Could you please further explain or expound upon the words "but not limited to"? So it's stating, you state on the previous line 12 and 13, the purchase of additional safety equipment, and then you say including but not limited to. What exactly is, so that opens it up to other things. Could you please explain what the impact or implication is of but not limited to?
I would think that at that time, I wanted to include safety equipment for the DPW, for plowing, but I wanted to make sure, some small towns actually outsource a lot of their, that type of thing. So I didn't want to put that in there, but I think a definition of emergency public safety, if perhaps you have a ambulance department that is separate from your police or fire or DPW. I know some towns are looking into actually contracting. So I didn't know whether this might open it up to apply to that service as well.
So one final question.
Sure.
I'm looking at lines 14 and 15, and you have that clause at the end of the inserted amended language, and it reads, if approved by the governing body. What exactly needs to be approved by the governing body, just to be clear?
The use of the impact fee for that particular purpose.
Representative Davis is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question,
That's fine.
Representative Perez. So when a development is approved by a town or a city and the impact fees are settled upon, that is done by the governing body and no further action is required. So are you saying by that last bit of the sentence, if approved by the governing body, that there would need to be this extra step in the eventuality that, should this bill become law, a municipality wanted to use some of the impact fees for purchase of emergency vehicles?
No, it was not meant to be an additional step by any stretch of the imagination. As I say, it belongs to you now. And if you feel that it's appropriate to change wording, I certainly am open to that because you all know a lot more about this. I was a nurse for 42 years, so than I do. But, and pardon my voice, I was at a town council meeting till 1:30 in the morning. I think this is very important because I know the need for police and fire and DPW is expanding under the increase housing that is being built, and or not just housing. You know, it can be anything that's being built, factories, and so I know that it's needed, and I feel that that part of it has been left out, and that's why this was brought to me because that is a huge impact on a town when they are bringing in new areas, new developments that is not looked at as part of impact fees and could fairly easily be added to the impact fee so that it's an option to help offset some of the costs and taxes.
The chair recognizes Representative Colby for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I too have a question about line 13 with the additional safety equipment. Municipalities typically know that they have a lifespan on a
Absolute-
truck. So if I have a pumper truck, let's say, but a new development comes in or a few new developments, and even though my pumper truck is 10 years down the road in my capital reserve, could I upgrade to a ladder truck?
I wouldn't think,
If-
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, if the situation arose where I said, listen, we've already put money aside for this purpose, we know we need to replace, this extra impact fee would help us to move to a ladder truck.
I think that would be worked out by the municipality, but that was not the intent. The intent was for additional equipment. For example, if you needed a ladder truck because you now had a 7-story building and you didn't have one that went up that high prior to that being built, that would be more appropriate for this than just, upgrading. As far as using what you had designated, I would think that if you had something designated for equipment down the road, I would think that probably using that money towards it, I mean, the impact fee isn't going to pay the whole thing, so you need to come up with the money from somewhere. So again, that comes down to the municipality and how they are doing things in the municipality within this RSA.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking one more, what I think will be a quick question. So under that same, I think I understand it a little better. If you had that new 7-story building coming in, whatever it is, you're going to need a ladder truck or another thing. Would you expect that then the applicant would be assessed the impact fee based on some proportion of what it will cost the town to buy that ladder truck?
That's not how, it's my understanding that that's not how impact fees are done in most towns. As I say, we don't have one, unfortunately, but the way I see towns have done it, for every single-family residence in a development, okay, this much money would go towards roads, this much money would go for this much money would go for schools. It's broken down that way. So I don't think the particulars when a developer, not a developer, but come in, that it says, well, we're going to use your impact fee, we need this much. They're broken, it's my understanding they're broken down by what you're building. So, if you're building a house, it's this much. If you're building an apartment building with 10 units, it's this much. If you're building something bigger, it's this much. So
Further questions?
I'm over my time. Goodbye.
Oh. Okay.
No, I was kidding.
So seeing none, I'd like, oh, okay, seeing no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair calls Mr. Norwood. Did I read your last name correctly?
I should have been a doctor with my hand.
Okay. What's your
Representative Chair.
last name?
Chris Norwood.
Norwood. Okay, I
Yes,
think I got
thank
it
you.
right. So, good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for taking my testimony. My name is Chris Norwood. I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors and our 7,000 members, and I'm here to provide testimony in opposition to this bill. I have a couple notes I just thought I'd go through very briefly. Impact fees, we believe, are another form of taxation that would cause an increase in the cost of development, and that would include both commercial property as well as residential homes. And we know the status of the housing market presently. We are at a $535,000, I believe, median household price. And we do not feel that we should be taxing our way to make housing more affordable for developers to construct. But the other piece of this is if you read through lines 3 through 12 of the existing bill, municipalities have fairly broad leeway to impose impact fees as it is today. And we don't feel that there is a need to increase their ability to add additional impact fees for something that might be a little bit difficult to discover. So, for example, if you read at the top lines, let me just double check here. I think it's line 6. When we're talking about water and wastewater treatment facilities, gallons per day is a fairly easy usage to determine for both a single-family home and for most commercial properties. There are tables of uses that are provided that talk about the amount of usage a wastewater treatment, or a specific property would have to wastewater or water demands. The need for an expansion of an existing fleet is a little bit more arbitrary. And so that's another reason that we have some concerns. The last piece that I'll say is, and this is a little bit more subjective, but I think it's important, is a lot of times when we're talking about the increase in housing or commercial property, the subjective piece is that sometimes those are parcels that are already in current use. So when they come out of current use to be taxed, there's a 10% penalty, as we all know, when a property is taken out of current use. But on the objective side of that, when a property becomes raw land and is turned into a home, or it's raw land and it turns into a distribution facility or an office building, there is future taxation on that property. And we would just like to recognize that we don't need additional impact fees because we already have taxation in the future for the development of that property. And I appreciate the time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Norwood. Are there any questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Recently, one community had, in a year, 800 new housing units proposed. So that can be 800, 1,600, 3,200 new people to the community. Do you feel like they need that their safety would be protected by an existing force if the force or ambulance or whatever requires a certain number of officers or who would need vehicles per unit of population?
Thank you,
So
Representative.
the question is that if there is an impact of a large swath of people who are, which does impact the infrastructure of the community. And the infrastructure includes vehicles. So with that, do you not see a reason for having vehicles added to the choice of impact fees?
Thank you, Representative Gilman, for the question. I understand what you're saying is when you have 800, so let's, call it somewhere between 12 and 1,600 new individuals in a community, is there a need for a new fleet? Potentially, yes. I don't know if it's as linear of a calculation as it would be perhaps for wastewater or domestic potable water. But what I can say is I do think that there are other means of revenue that the municipality will have. So if you talk about 800 units, I'm not going to hit it with the 500,000 average or median home price, but let's just say that's 400,000 times whatever that municipality's mill rate is. There will be additional revenue that is coming in each year, not to mention if there are any of those units where current use taxation units that would be coming in. So I do believe that there are additional ways for the municipality to create revenue, or not to, will affirmatively create revenue that could offset some of those investments.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that represents my last pink card, and at this time I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Okay, seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to read out the blue sheets when she's ready. No rush. Take your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the remote sign-in, we had 2 in support and 1 in opposition. And in today's paper blue sheet, we have 2 in support and 1 in opposition.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 1690 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1461 FN Local, encouraging municipalities with sewage systems to extend system service to neighboring communities. I have 1 pink card and, oh, I'm sorry. You were hiding behind that pole. So at this time, the chair would like to recognize Representative Vayu, the prime sponsor of this bill, to introduce his legislation. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this bill. For the record, my name is Dan Vayu, and I represent Hillsborough 34 in the town of Amherst. I am here to introduce HB 1461, an act encouraging municipalities with existing sewer systems to extend service to neighboring communities. That means that this is a framework designed to make intermunicipal cooperation easier when communities choose to pursue it. The bill builds on authority municipalities already have under RSA 53A, where they can join forces to tackle any infrastructure needs that they see fit. Specifically, HB 1461 establishes an expedited DES review process for intermunicipal sewer extensions, gives projects priority within the existing state loan and grant programs, allowing them to move forward in a more timely way. And it clarifies municipalities may recover proportional costs from developers or the receiving community, protecting existing ratepayers. Sewer access is one of the most common and least visible constraints on housing development, redevelopment, and job-creating projects across New Hampshire. Many otherwise suitable projects cannot proceed simply because they sit just outside the service area of an existing system. Housing development and economic expansion produce regional benefits that extend beyond municipal boundaries. Leveraging existing infrastructure and coordinating across communities is often the most efficient way to meet shared housing, workforce, and economic needs. Just as an example, imagine a proposed housing or mixed-use project located just over a town line within a reasonable distance of an existing sewer system that has capacity to accept new service. The only barrier to that project is an invisible boundary between the municipalities. HB 1461 gives affected communities and DES a clearer, more efficient path if they decide to work together. The bill also anticipates challenges we're seeing statewide as communities extend public water lines to address the PFAS contaminated wells. They often open up roadways and easements. It would be beneficial if they could coordinate the planning for future sewer infrastructure at the same time and put the pipes down and tie into systems if they can. This is a practical bill, helps municipalities coordinate infrastructure and project, protects ratepayers, reduces unnecessary friction, and I'll stop here and take any questions you might have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Vayu. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Colby is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We have page 1, lines 9, 10, 21, and then on page 2, at least 28 and 30. Could you, or is there an existing in statute a definition of a priority housing project or a state housing and infrastructure priority?
This
How would
just-
we determine those?
It would be determined by your regional planning commission or the state housing authority, or even the governor could set the priorities. It's just a way to kind of help prioritize projects, to say whether it's this is something worth doing, just to give criteria to DES and the 53A projects, and to not have every project that's the whim of somebody on a board of selectmen to pass through. It has to be something that has some kind of concrete foundation that falls into some kind of a plan, some kind of a bigger, broader plan, not just somebody on the board of selectmen for some committee, some town wants a pet project put through.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Frocht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Veo, reading on the financial note, my conclusion is that this bill would prioritize new or expansion projects over maintenance and repair of existing projects. Is that a correct conclusion?
I think, I don't know how the DES would prioritize expansion programs over this. It would definitely give priority to new projects, but I think there's some flexibility in there for discretion. I don't think, if a system is failing and it's going to cause serious health issues or, contamination issues, I think DES would have the discretion to still go ahead with the repair project or the upgrade project over this. At least that's what I would want, prefer.
Representative Stavis is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. DES is understaffed and overworked, and it appears to me, and I may be wrong, that the heavy lift in this bill would be performed by DES through the expedited review. And I'm wondering if you have the support of DES, if maybe somebody here from DES is
In the
willing to
fiscal notes,
testify?
DES felt they could absorb the work within their existing framework, so that's all I have to go by at this point. I'm sure somebody will be here.
Follow-up?
Yes.
So would you say that DES endorses this bill?
I could not say. That would be up to them to tell you.
Further questions? Representative Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Rochester last year actually had a request from the town of Milton in the north of us to connect to our sewer system. At the time, we spent some time investigating it and didn't have quite the vehicle to allow that to happen. This makes it happen, which is actually, I think, well needed for the state. So I'm fully supporting of this bill.
Thank you.
Was there a question or,
Would you believe?
okay. Okay. Maybe the question is, do you feel that this is needed? But I think we have the answer. Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you see it anywhere in here where the legislative body may be necessarily consulted in the expansion into one other town?
No, I don't think there's any mechanism in here for the legislature or legislative body to step in. This would be strictly a 53B, 53A agreement between municipalities. So it would be between the municipalities to come up with some sort of agreement on the plan and then to get that through DES.
Further questions? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing a second question. Thank you, Representative. Page 2, Section B, Section 1, line B. Neither existing sewer taxpayers nor general taxpayers of the host community shall bear increased costs as a result of the extension, except to the extent that the expansion provides direct benefit to them. At over $1.5 million per mile for a sewer line, would this force the taxpayers just in that 1 mile to have a different and higher tax rate to offset the cost of this extension?
No, usually what happens for sewer expansion is the receiving community would either decide to pay for it through a bond, the initial cost through a bond, and then recover the fee, the debt service through fees for that extension area. So there has to be some math on whether the extension will eventually pay for itself. And a lot of communities will carry the cost if it means future economic development or housing development along the lines. So, I mean, they can pay for it through their budget or through a debt service plan, should they decide to do it. And it would also include opportunities for, if the money's available, through grants or low-interest loans through the state.
Further questions? Do you have a question? No, okay. So seeing that the committee has no further questions, I had a quick question going back to a member asked what is the definition of priority housing, and you mentioned a few groups. So in order for us to help to inform us as to how the process works, is it true that municipalities is there an application process to any of these groups that you mentioned? Like, for example, under schools, there's the school building aid where school districts apply and say, we have this project, and then the department takes that in and then prioritizes them. Is that a similar process by which a project is deemed priority housing by any of these groups that you had referenced? Do you know?
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I know that NRPC, the regional planning commissions tend to have housing reports that they do on a regular basis, stating how many houses in certain areas need to be built to accommodate population shifts and things like that. And we already know that we're behind on a lot of housing needs. So this just tries to give some criteria for the DES to prioritize projects, and without resorting to just flipping a coin on a project. Is this a real need or not? And I think they would have to look at all the statistics and who's asking for it and what the real need is and what the impact is for the area. And this just gives the flexibility for them to set the standards and create rules around that.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, Representative Stavis, your hand shot up there.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking another question. And I had the section of law open to the page and now have lost it, but here's the gist. Under 485A7, which is the law that your bill attempts to amend, there is a very large state source of funding guaranteed to municipalities for help with wastewater, sewage facilities, et cetera, et cetera. Would you not think it useful to reference that source of funding here as yet another way of, quote unquote, encouraging municipalities to do this?
Yeah, I think the intention was to not be too specific and not anticipate any future funding that may become available. Just whatever funding is available, they would get the priority for, if it falls under DES discretion to give that money. Yeah, I would support an amendment if that's something you think is important to improve the bill.
Further questions? Representative Guthrie is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for submitting the bill and taking my question. You just jump in at the end, and if this was passed and a community agreed to participate in it, does that open the community to open their whole community to hooking on to their neighbor, if you will? Or is it limited to a sort of a development that might be right on the border and they just want to open that up to the sewage?
Thank you for the question. I think it's up to the communities involved. I don't imagine that every town can put sewage service into every nook and cranny of the community. So I think in most cases it would probably be incremental. It would probably start with bordering areas and moving along that way. If there's a commercial area or a municipal or a housing residential area, it would be up to the communities to decide how extensive they want to run the system. Even communities that have systems now don't necessarily extend them throughout their community. They can be limited to downtown areas or industrial areas. Or
Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair calls Mr. Grays. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nate Graves for the Business and Industry Association. We support this bill. We think that it provides a new opportunity to encourage regional cooperation. I've heard, certainly in speaking with Representative Vayu and some others throughout the state, that there are areas of the state which would be primed for additional sewer lines, but don't currently have them, and they're looking for opportunities to actually encourage that to occur. We think that sewer systems are incredibly important for the economic growth of the state, and anything we can do to help encourage municipalities to have the tools necessary to do this expansions on their own, at their own initiative, is something we would support. So we think this provides a good option. I understand that a technical amendment may be necessary to help define some of the terminology here. But we think this is a good opportunity to empower local officials who are willing to champion these extensions and provide some new opportunities for economic growth throughout the state. Happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Grays? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Given some of your background with municipalities as well, on page 2, line 1, the bill states that we're to determine if the section applies by something that was substantially funded through state or federal grant programs initially. What would be a substantial
I would,
amount?
well, at least 51%. I'm not sure if definitionally you'd want to clarify that to a lower threshold. It may be useful to seek information from Tracy Wood at DES. She administers a lot of the funding programs and could probably provide some insights into what records DES has and help define this so we can make sure we're targeting the systems that we want to target, like the ones in Rochester.
Terrific, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Cohen. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. We will say that we would not oppose the state establishing a process to expedite the review of intermunicipal sewer extensions that have been negotiated and agreed to by all the parties and consistent with agreement with regional planning plans. However, we do oppose allowing the commissioner at Environmental Services to override local decision-making and force intermunicipal sewer extensions, especially given the cost estimate by DES in the fiscal note of $1.5 million per mile. And in that same fiscal note, they indicate that there would be significant costs borne by municipalities who are forced into these intermunicipal agreements. The override by DES is based on, there has been a discussion on vague language and broad standards of compelling necessity, the definition of which sets the bar pretty low, allowing DES to override the municipality really if they say no. Additionally, RSA 53A already allows municipalities to enter into joint agreements to provide services and facilities, which allow initiatives to happen on the basis of mutual advantage and not be forced on municipalities, which could lead to capital projects being put off to pay for these extensions that weren't expected. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Frocht is recognized for a question.
Thank you. I had previously asked the sponsor if my interpretation of the financial note was correct in that new projects would be prioritized over repair of existing projects. Does NHMA have a position on that?
We do have some concerns that if an extension is forced without having that mutual negotiation, a new extension is forced by DES, it could put maintenance and upgrades behind that new extension.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me, and you may have said it, where in this bill tells us that DES can force an agreement between towns?
So that would be on page 2. I'm sorry, I need to get my glasses so I can see right. Line 2, I think it's 1 through 5, actually. So in cases where the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services determines that a compelling necessity exists, including but not limited to, the commissioner may require that a proposed intermunicipal sewer extension be approved, notwithstanding local refusal.
Representative Guthrie is recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Who in the community determines when they're going to apply for this kind of change in their storage system? Is it the board?
I'm sorry.
I specifically want to know which board would make that judgment, or how does that happen?
Negotiated agreements, intermunicipal negotiated agreements under
Yes.
53A. I believe it's the governing body.
By that, you mean the Board of Selectmen, or do you mean the Board of Selectmen would determine it? Doesn't say
The
so.
governing body of however that government is
If I may,
established.
Madam Chair, follow up. Do you think
Yes.
that this uh, bill is specific as to who makes that judgment? If I may, just as clarification, say you had a developer
Mhm.
within the community and said, "Hey, this is a good idea. I'm going to go for it." But he ends up, they get into the wherewithal, the town ends up being the petitioner to go into this kind of an agreement.
So under RSA 53A, for the authority would rest in the municipality for sewer to negotiate intermunicipal an intermunicipal agreement for a sewer extension. In this bill, the authority, right? It's talking about the authority of the Department of Environmental Services, the commissioner, who would have an expedited program for those approvals, right? For an municipal agreement, or it would override if municipalities decline to enter into that intermunicipal agreement.
Oh, thank you for your answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Frocht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another question. I believe previous testimony stated that the grant programs would not cover the entire cost, leaving the taxpayers of either the receiving town or the sending town or some combination thereof to make up the difference. Do you believe, or does NHMA believe, that the legislative body rather than the governing body should have some say on whether they wish to impose additional taxes upon themselves?
If you're looking for an amendment to this bill in that regard, we'd be happy to take a look at what that language would look like.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that's my last pink card, so I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? And I see Representative Vayu is passing his pink card towards me. Thank you. Okay, seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote testimony, we have one in support and one opposed. And on today's blue sheet, we have one in support.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 1461 FN Local is now closed. As a quick reminder, trying to announce at the beginning of each bill, right now we are running behind schedule, and I apologize to the prime sponsor for that. But I will also remind the people in the room that The chair will allow up to 5 minutes for bill introductions, followed by questions and answers, and then up to 3 minutes for public testimony, in-person public testimony, also followed by questions and answers. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1344 relative to intermunicipal compacts. And the chair welcomes Representative Sweeney, the prime sponsor of this legislation, to introduce the bill to us today. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of Municipal and County Government for hearing my testimony today. I'm proud to introduce House Bill 1344 relative to municipal compact. For the record, I am Representative Joe Sweeney, representing Salem, Washington District 25. This legislation is straightforward. Two or more contiguous municipalities by their own choice and by vote of their own legislative bodies to enter into a compact to jointly provide municipal services. Nothing more, nothing less. At its core, this bill is about local control, efficiency, and giving communities the flexibility they need to solve real problems together. Municipalities across New Hampshire are facing rising costs, workforce challenges, and increasing demands for services that do not stop at their town lines. Public safety, water and sewer, solid waste, planning, housing, and transportation are all examples where cooperation already happens informally. This bill simply provides a clear legal framework to do that cooperation responsibly, transparently, and with voter accountability. Participation under this bill is entirely voluntary. No town is forced to join. No town is forced to create one of these compacts. No services are mandated. No authority is created unless local legislative bodies choose to create one in the participating communities. Just as important, the powers of any intermunicipal authority are strictly limited. These entities may exercise only powers that are expressly delegated to them in the compact. There is no implied authority and no ability to expand beyond what member municipalities approve. This bill also includes strong fiscal safeguards. Intermunicipal authorities created under this chapter have no independent taxing power. Any budgets must be funded through the normal municipal appropriation process. Any debt issuance requires approval from the legislative bodies of the member municipalities. Transparency laws under RSA 91A and fiscal controls under RSA 32 apply. In other words, local taxpayers remain fully protected. This is not a consolidation bill. It does not eliminate town meetings. It does not create regional government by mandate. It does not shift authority away from local elected officials. It simply gives municipalities a modern tool to share services when it makes sense, save money when possible, and deliver better outcomes for residents. Many towns, again, already cooperate through informal agreements. This bill gives them clarity, structure, and accountability while respecting New Hampshire's strong tradition of local governance. If municipalities decide this tool is not right for them, they don't have to use it. If they decide it no longer serves their interests, they can withdraw under the terms of their compact. This is conservative, common sense legislation. It trusts local officials, it respects the voters, and encourages efficiency without sacrificing control. I respectfully ask the committee to support this bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions. And it feels like a perfect mesh with the other conversations that have been happening today.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for this bill. I do, on a technical question, how would this work with a water precinct that already exists? Or like, who is that governing body? Would it, and similar, we have some municipalities that have joint fire departments already. So how would, which board are you pulling from to create the new board?
Both. Thank you very much for the question. This would be a pooled authority from both communities. I serve on the CART board, which is, it was originally a nonprofit separate from Manchester Transit Authority. It then got looped into the Manchester Transit Authority. So myself, a representative from Derry, Londonderry, Chester, and Hampstead, we all serve on the CART board. We meet at the MTA office in Manchester, and we coordinate the regional transport network for senior citizens rides and regular bus service when available.
In my mind, this would operate similar to that. A representative from each governing body would meet at this at a compact meeting or a board meeting. They would have a meeting among themselves, and then they would have to go back to their governing bodies. And then if there was a tax impact, back to their legislative bodies to do anything or propose any changes to their program. So it would be the existing governing bodies could send representatives to oversee the compact, but then they can't make decisions without buy-in from everybody else.
Follow up.
Yes.
Thank you. So would I be sending someone from my village water precinct body, or would I be sending someone from my select board
That's
in
up,
Hooksett?
the fantastic
Right.
question.
Fair
That would be
example.
laid out in the compact.
Okay.
So as they develop the compact and get voters to buy in on the compact, all of those guidelines as to how the compact would operate, who would form the board, would be laid out for crystal clear.
Great. Thank you.
Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for my question. It does say, line 17 down, about the authority employ staff, acquire, hold leases, issue debt obligations. Are you talking about this body would have like their own public hearings, their own budgets voted on, or, because then if it goes back to different towns, what if one votes for it, one votes against it? How do things get passed? If you could explain your thoughts on that.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. Anything going into effect would be contingent on local taxpayers. If taxpayers vote on the budget, it would be contingent on those taxpayers approving it. So it could create a long cumbersome process, just like we see in current municipal budgeting, where they'd have to craft the budget, put together the proposal, figure out the share between each community as to what their taxpayers or in a water or sewer project, the ratepayers that are paying into the service would have to pay, where the responsibility falls there. They'd have to iron out all those details and then get that approved. It seems that there would be a lot of scenarios in which an authority doesn't have staff, it's just more of a conversation. But if you got into the role of this being the water system for an area, or being the sewer system for an area, or being the transit authority for an area, there would be the substantial revenue, if the towns bought into it, to then have the staff that are running the program. And then that way, each town hall won't have they won't need their own transit staff or their own water staff. There could be a consolidation of the staff if those municipalities choose to do so.
Representative Stavis is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just curious, under the title of the bill, New Chapter Intermunicipal Compacts, it says amend RSA, but there's no number.
So thank you very much for the question. So this is just creating a new chapter, 53G, after 53G. So this is going to be chapter 53H.
But it doesn't say RSA 53. It just says RSA.
It's amending the statutes by inserting the new chapter
Follow up,
entirely.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And just a quick follow-up. What is the problem that this bill seeks to solve when these kinds of compacts can and are agreed to and carried out all the time?
That's a great question. I think it just gives a little bit more of a defined process as to how municipalities can establish these compacts. And I think just allowing, with all the conversations that are going on in the state with sewer and water expansions, with transit connectivity issues, it's just more of clarifying for municipalities as to what they can and can't do.
Representative Majori is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So a bit of a follow-up then. 53A allows this. So I'm wondering, one, why the idea wasn't to amend 53A, and do you see then any potential conflict where H and A might run afoul of each other?
Thank you very much for the question. That was a conscious decision that I made. I didn't want to affect existing agreements that were made under 53A, but allow these new agreements with potentially expanded scope to start taking place.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. There, on line 14, where it says the board shall be a political subdivision of the state, but only follows the powers delegated in the founding compact, what does that mean, that it shall be a political subdivision of the state?
Thank you very much for the question. Any type of local government, school district, village district is by law a political subdivision of the state. So anything that falls under that basket is a political subdivision of the state. They don't have the same powers that other political subdivisions do, such as a school district does or a municipality does, unless those powers are expressly delegated to it by the agreement that was set up.
Follow up, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then in line 9, when you're describing what can be used for an intermunicipal compact, what does housing mean? There's lots of housing types.
Absolutely. I know it could be a local housing authority that serves multiple municipalities in one authority. It could be a housing effort by those municipalities. It's really left up to the municipalities to decide what, in the area of housing, what they're going to use this for.
Further questions? Representative Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honing in on 17 through 20 again. This looks like it's a quasi governing body in its own district, but is anything they vote on have to be voted on by the participating communities, such as like debt obligations and all
Yes.
that stuff?
Yep.
Because I wouldn't want to see this district like go rogue and start
Correct.
approving stuff.
Thank you very much for the question. This compact agreement can propose any project that they would like to. It would still have to go back to the governing bodies and then the legislative bodies. In some areas like Rochester, those are one and the same. But if you're dealing with the town where you have a board of selectmen and then they have to go to the voters to get approval, this agreement would have to go to the voters to get approval for the spending articles, issuing bonds and whatnot. So they have no individual taxing authority or spending authority without the permission of the participating bodies.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Karazinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, allowing me to ask the question. So could you see a problem with, say, a water precinct that encompassed parts of 2 towns and propose this contract with a 3rd town, but only part of a town? Why wouldn't they just increase the precinct and allow taxing of those portions of towns? Because this does the same thing a precinct does without tax.
Yep.
So would the whole town have to pay? And then the precinct or village districts, parts of the other towns only be on the hook for it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is, I think in that scenario, I would recommend the precinct just expand to the part of the 3rd town that they're looking to bring in. From my experience in my part of the state, we've done a lot of local cooperation on drinking water infrastructure. Towns of Derry, Londonderry, Salem, Atkinson, Plastow, Pelham, and Hudson, and we kind of laid the groundwork for it, and now we're getting other towns near us to start asking, oh, can we start getting into the pipelines that we've built with the state? And so I think if it's a precinct water district, they can just manage it by just adding part of that 3rd town to it. But if they're looking to do something new or start coordinating the overall system together, this might be a better vehicle for them, but they would still have the option to go either way.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. Maybe I'm missing it, but in response to Representative Walker's question, I do not see subject to the approval of the governing body. Maybe I'm missing it.
Thank you for the question. And this just says subject to the approval of the legislative bodies,
That's
which
not the governing body.
I understand, but
Sorry, Madam Chair.
in some communities, the governing body and the legislative body are the same. If they have a city council or a town council that adopts the budget directly, and then in all communities, the legislative body is the one that adopts the budget. So I said governing body, but it really just goes to whichever the legislative body is to adopt the spending article.
Further questions? Representative Colby?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing another question. And thank you, Representative. Could you describe a pro to, I guess, another layer of government?
It's a phenomenal question and one that I wrestle with all the time. I do think there are benefits to operating at scale. I think we have a lot of small towns in the state that would love to provide more services to their residents, but it's just hard to get those services set up and running when you deal with such a small tax base and a small population that would be serving. But then if you expand it more, in a lot of states, they rely heavily more on county governments than they do town governments, because their counties have a larger population, a larger base to sort of build it out for. And so I don't view this as another layer of government so much as it's just taking what those existing layers would have done and taking on that burden and that responsibility to better perform the service at scale for people, so that there could be cost savings, so that, each town is not hiring a transit director. They could get together and have one transit director for 5 or 6 towns. So, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have a question. So, considering RSA 52.3, which allows for village districts, and I looked at the content of your bill in light of village districts, and my analysis is that everything that you're proposing in this bill can already be done under current RSA. So is there something that perhaps in my analysis I missed? And I'm just asking you why you filed this bill, and what does this seek to accomplish that is not already permissible under New Hampshire law, under 52.3 or 53.3A?
Phenomenal question, Madam Chair. And I will be honest, I was trying to build I think a better system for people to utilize. I'm on the town council in Salem. I've never interacted with village districts, so that might just be my own limited knowledge on that, in that area, that would lead me to create this whole new section where an existing section of law might serve the trick. And if that's the case, and I apologize for submitting the bill and setting everyone's times, I do think it is the way I wrote this bill to create these new compacts. I think there's a value to it. But if it is duplicative with the village district system, then I'll be happy to admit that.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that is the only pink card that I have in my possession. So I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? So seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In remote testimony, we have 1 in support and 2 opposed. And in today's blue sheet, we have 1 in support and 1 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 1344 is now closed. Next, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1273, enabling municipal support and incentives for residential flood resilience improvements. Chair now recognizes Representative Munns, the prime sponsor of this bill. Good morning, Representative Munns, and welcome to Municipal and County Government. We apologize for being a little behind.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chris Munns. I'm one of the 4 state representatives in Rockingham County District 29, representing the town of Hampton. The frequency of significant weather events that result in flooding and other damage to private property in our state has increased and will continue to do so. Changes in weather patterns is supercharging the water cycle, leading to heavier rainfall extremes across the country, including New Hampshire. A recent study from Dartmouth College found that events that will bring 1.5 inches or more of heavy rainfall or melted snowfall in one day are anticipated to increase 52% by the end of the century. A report prepared by NOAA for the Seabrook Hamptons Estuary Alliance in May of 2024 concluded that there is a 67% probability that sea levels will rise between 0.3 and 0.7 feet by 2030 and 1.5 foot to 1.3 feet by 2050. Attached to the copy of my written testimony are pictures from flooding that occurred in Hampton in January of 2023 and in the Monadnock region in July of 2023. These weather events not only resulted in millions of dollars of damage, but disrupted the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of our fellow citizens. In the case of my constituents in Hampton, it continues to be an issue whenever there is an unusually high tide or strong storm. Roads and homes flood. And it is not the large homes that face the ocean that incur the most damage. It is the smaller summer cottages purchased years ago and handed down through generations, not owned by individuals with extreme wealth, that abut the marsh that are affected the most. If sea levels rise by 1 foot, it will affect approximately 1,750 homes in Seabrook, Hampton, and Hampton Falls. The estimated assessed value of those properties is approximately $450 million. If 10% of those properties were lost due to storm damage, not only would the owners of those properties suffer a significant financial loss, but the rest of us in Seabrook, Hampton, and Hampton Falls would have to make up for the annual loss in property taxes that would result. And then there are the higher insurance rates that many of us across New Hampshire are already paying that will continue to increase to offset those insurance losses. Now multiply that by the number of other towns along the seacoast and along our lakes and rivers who are and will be experiencing increased flooding. The cost to address this challenge and make ourselves more resilient is enormous, and government cannot be expected to provide all the necessary funding. It will take a public-private partnership and some creative thinking. Much of the work that is taking place at the state level and in our state, cities, and towns to address this real risk is focused on improving the resilience of our public infrastructure. The focus of HB 1273 is to provide our cities and towns with some additional tools in their toolbox to help individual home and business owners who are interested and willing to invest in making their properties more resilient to flooding. Excuse me. RSA 79E 4A created what are known as coastal flood resilience zones. Municipalities that decide to establish one of these zones may grant tax relief to qualifying structures and properties in the form of property tax freeze for a number of years. What HB 1273 does is to remove the word coastal from the title of these zones to extend the possibilities of tax relief to residents of municipalities and other flood-prone areas of the state. It also updates the definition of improvements made by home or business owners that would qualify for potential tax relief. RSA 79-4EA, as it now exists, enables municipalities to create a non-lapsing capital reserve fund or town-created trust fund to provide funding for projected municipal costs associated with addressing floods in a flood resilience incentive zone. HB 1273 builds on that and enables municipalities to also create a flood resilience incentive zone investment fund, say that 5 times, into which funding derived from public and private sources may be deposited and used to provide below-market loans to individuals and businesses within the flood resilience incentive zone intending to invest in qualifying flood resilience improvements. Furthermore, the bill enables any municipality that wishes to do so to collect a municipal flood resilience fee on property within the entire municipality or within only the flood resilience incentive zone and deposit those proceeds in the flood resilience incentive zone investment fund. Finally, HB 1273 expands the tax relief municipalities may provide to individuals and businesses that invest in qualifying flood resiliency improvements. Municipalities would be enabled to provide an annual property tax credit of not less than $100 and not more than $1,000 for a period not to exceed 5 years on a property with a qualifying improvement. This would hopefully help offset in a small way some of the out-of-pocket costs incurred by the homeowners or business to pay for these improvements. I have much more to say, but I see that the red card is up, so I hope that you will recommend this bill as ought to pass to your colleagues in the full House, and I'm certainly willing to work on any amendments that you may believe would make this a better bill. And with that, I will try to answer any questions that you may have, and the operative word there is try.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative Munns. Thank you for your bill introduction. Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Colby is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. At page 2, 26 through 29, what criteria or even qualifications does a select board or city council have to loan taxpayer dollars to other taxpayers?
That would, the exact procedures and the policies that would be used would be established by the governing board of the city or town. But it would be subject to their review and approval. Any loan.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. There's the list of improvements that that would be covered by this. If something's in an historic district and one of these major factors comes, or bioswales, gardens, absorbent plantings, et cetera, come into it, do you see a possibility where the property owner is getting the relief, but the Historic District Commission says, well, you have to change it to a different kind of relief because it's not appropriate for this area?
I had not thought about that, but I would imagine that if there are some limitations on what could be done with an historic property, that would be certainly taken into consideration, but maybe have preference. But that may be something that would need to be clarified in the bill.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It may already be in in statute somewhere, but I was wondering if the CRIZ or FRIZ actually covers something like that.
I do not.
Further questions? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I am a co-sponsor on this bill. Is it okay to ask a question?
Yes, because you're not testifying.
Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Representative Munns, for taking my question. Back in 2019, Municipal and County passed a bill to create the New Hampshire Coastal Risk Assessment. I'm curious how what you're proposing complements the work that was done back in, actually it was started in 2016, that Coastal Risk Assessment. And how does this also complement that work and the work that was done by that study commission?
Oh, you're referring to the commission that was established, the Coastal Risks
Yes.
and Hazards Commission, of
Yep.
which I was a founding member. There already is language in statute that allows or encourages towns to utilize the work that that commission did to determine whether an area is subject to flooding and should be considered as part of this flood resilience improvement zone. That wouldn't change. what I have done here to address the fact that we would be expanding the language that's in statute now to include areas of flooding that are not on the coast, are some other mechanisms and tools that can be used to determine whether an area should be considered in a flood zone.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In the online testimony, there's a question asked, does this apply to new construction in a flood zone?
Another difficult question, Representative Gilman.
Didn't come from me.
I want to say that it does not apply to new construction. I think it would only apply to structures that are already in existence in a flood zone. And that presumably new construction would have to meet some other standards that would already ensure that it is flood resilient.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking an additional question. A few times throughout the bill, we reference RSA 3195H. 3195H is limited to 6 to 7 very specific types of revolving funds that we can use. Would we then have to change that statute to reflect that this would also be an allowable type of revolving fund?
I'm certainly not an expert on that, but I'm hoping that we did address that on page 3, starting at line 18.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. I guess because we're referencing a specific power of a municipality under RSA 3195H. 3195H Part 2 just points us back to Part 1 of that same RSA. So I'm wondering if you would be open to considering an amendment to include the revolving fund statute.
If that would make the bill clearer and help to accomplish the objectives, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Stavis is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, which is actually a follow-up to Representative Colby's question about revolving funds. Revolving funds are meant to be replenished as withdrawals are made, but that's not the way I read what the Frizz fund would do. It's more like a capital reserve account, as I read it.
Well, there's sorry.
My question is, what would be the mechanism to restore funds withdrawn from said account, which is really like a capital reserve account, which doesn't have the same kind of rules about replenishment that a revolving fund account does? What would be the mechanism to replenish those funds, or is that something that you see as not needed?
I guess I'm a little confused by the question. There's two different funds that we're referring to in here. There is the capital reserve fund, which is already in statute, and I'm not suggesting that changed at all, other than the name of it. And then there's this new fund that I'm proposing we create, which is called the Frizz Investment Fund, and that's the revolving fund. And the revolving fund would be a fund that if a municipality chose to do so, could accept this additional municipal flood resilience fee proceeds. It could also accept private contributions. It could accept any other public funds that might be available for the purposes of helping with flood resilience. So I think there is if your question is about the investment fund, I think there is a mechanism to replenish that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks very much.
So that represents my one and only pink card, so I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the remote sign-in, we had 9 in support, 1 opposed, and 1 neutral. And on today's blue sheet, we have 1 in support.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1273. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1468 relative to municipal flood resilience planning and the use of planning grants. So as a reminder, the chair will allow up to 5 minutes for bill introduction and following that, questions and answers, and then up to 3 minutes for in-person public testimony, also followed by questions and answers. And the chair recognizes Representative Vale, the prime sponsor of this bill. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you for the introduction. You have a pink card along the way there. And thank you for hearing my bill, honorable members of the committee. I'm Suzanne Vale, and I'm a representative of Nashua, Ward 3, Hillsborough County 6. I'm here to introduce 1468, a measure that would authorize municipalities to include flood resilience planning in their master plans to support municipal flood resilience measures. As a member of Resources, Recreation, and Development, I have witnessed testimony on a number of bills that attempt to address changing weather and patterns that have created areas in our state that lead to repeated and severe flooding, which requires a hazard response and emergency management, as well as an informed planning for areas where there is documented risk. While cities and towns can often garner the emergency response and seek aid in an emergency successfully, they are having a hard time getting ahead of the required planning for mitigation and resilience. It becomes clear that the state should provide options to towns to help with public and private spaces. Most vivid in my mind is testimony related to the town of Ackworth and the surrounding area where they received 2 storms that dropped between 4 and 7 inches of rain less than 2 years apart, disabling 31 roads and then 32 roads, and undoing repairs from previous severe weather events. Less dramatic storms further complicate the progress, and those storms continue to come to the same areas. What the bill does is it intends to add an optional to embed flood resilience into the core guiding document during their municipal planning and master planning in order to give this instrument and a home for flood resilience. The bill helps municipalities to address the future in their greatest areas of risk. It signals that flood resilience is a master plan function, and that the adoption of the bill would mean that a town has forward-reaching plans that are available following an emergency response. So examples, I'm just going to give you quick examples. In June 2023, major flooding in Croydon damaged roads and driveways with complete driveway washouts. Substantial town costs. In June of 2023, roads washed out in Sullivan County and Monadnock region, which was brought up by the previous representative. The towns of Nelson, Stoddard, and Swansea had significant washouts. And I could go on about this, but there are a lot of flooding issues going on. And they are hammering certain areas and maybe not necessarily others. So with the original bill that you have in front of you from OLS, intent is to allow the municipalities to plan proactively to address infrastructure vulnerabilities, to integrate flood planning into long-range municipal planning, avoiding mandates, avoiding new spending or diversion of existing funds, or interference with existing emergency management or FEMA processes. And that intent is clear from the local option language and the focus on planning rather than regulation or response. But the bill, as you have before you, has a primary flaw that I don't think we should go forth with. So what I did was I came up with an amendment that it replaces the bill, and it, instead of rewriting any part of RSA 674 to 3E, a required section, and tying it to cross references, this would simply add a section at the end of the that area of statute that gives the local option only, and it doesn't do any unintentional damage to master planning. It doesn't risk FEMA compatibility or change references elsewhere in the law. So I just wanted to get this out there in terms of, trying to help towns get ahead of what's happening for them and to make sure that they don't run into trouble. I know we heard testimony that in one of the towns, what happened was they received the funds for emergency management, but it really slowed down the process because they weren't able to say what the going forward plans would be. So thank you for taking my testimony. Perfect timing. I appreciate it. And also thank you for looking at this amendment. If someone would like to sponsor that and the committee is interested, I'd be happy to work with you further.
Thank you, Representative Vale. Will you take questions? I think you said that, did you?
I will.
Okay. So I just have a quick question before we take other questions from the committee. Just to be clear, you have this amended language, which you're offering the committee. That would be in addition to what is already in the bill before us. Is that correct?
It would be a replace all of the bill.
Okay. You said that, but I don't see that on the paper, and I just want to be very clear. So the changes that you have made with regards to the bill as filed, you don't want any of that. Just, like you said, erase all that, and the bill now becomes what you've passed out. Okay, thank you. Other questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. First, I appreciate the replace all amendment very much. How would this assist or be different than a municipality already engaging in a hazard mitigation committee and a hazard mitigation plan that is reviewed by FEMA?
That is a good question, and I can try to answer it the best that I can. And so it's not redundant because there's a different statutory purpose. Existing documents may be hazard mitigation plans, but not necessarily the forward-reaching planning that we're looking for. And so the distinct function is just basically of that section is without that flood content is inconsistent necessarily across towns. So my understanding is that to have a home for flood resilience would be more beneficial to towns. So I hope that at least demonstrates that there might be another question.
So Representative Vale, I would like to apologize to you because for some reason I did not see the huge font that says amend the bill by replacing all with the following. So my bad. Additional questions? Seeing none.
Thank you so much.
So that is my one and only pink card that I have in my possession. So I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote testimony, today we have 14 in support and 1 opposed. And on today's blue sheet, we have 1 in support.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1468. Next, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1759 relative to the disqualification of a member of a local land use board. The chair recognizes Representative Frucht to introduce his bill to us today. Good morning, Representative Frucht, and you know the drill, right?
Madam Chair, this is the first bill that I'm introducing of my own, so I may be a little bit shaky, but I will try to comply. Madam Chair and colleagues on the Municipal and County Government Committee, I'm here today to introduce HB 759 relative to the disqualification or recusal of a local land use board member. Roman 1 of RSA 673-14 states that no member of a local land use board shall, operative word, participate in deciding or sit upon the hearing of any question which the board is to decide in a judicial capacity if that member has a direct personal or pecuniary interest in the outcome, which differs from the interest of any other citizen, or if the member would be disqualified for any cause to act as a juror on the trial of the same matter in any action of law. That's pretty simple. If a member of a land use board has a conflict of interest in a matter before the board, that member must recuse and not participate in the case. Period. End of sentence. But Roman 2 of 673-14 goes on to say that if the member is not certain if he should recuse, or if another member of the board thinks the member should recuse, then the board takes a non-binding advisory vote. This sets up a logical inconsistency between Roman 1 and Roman 2. If the board member thinks he or she should recuse, then he's required to do so. If the member is uncertain, or more importantly, if another board member thinks that the member should recuse, then a non-binding advisory vote is taken. If the board sees a conflict of interest and votes that the member should recuse, the member is under no obligation to do so. What are the possible results of a member refusing to recuse following a vote by the board? The primary result is that the decision of the board is likely to be appealed because the member does in fact have a conflict of interest, depending on how far the applicant wants to take the appeal, this could go to court, costing the municipality tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. And a provable conflict of interest is one of the easiest decisions for a court to overturn. HB 1759 removes the logical inconsistency by requiring the member to recuse following a majority vote of the board. In summary, this bill strengthens the integrity of local land use decisions, by making a board's disqualification vote binding rather than advisory. When a majority of a land use board determines that a member should be disqualified due to a conflict or appearance of bias, the member must recuse themselves. This change provides clarity, promotes fairness, and public confidence in quasi-judicial and other land use board proceedings, and ensures that land use decisions are made by impartial decision makers without creating new costs or administrative burdens for the municipalities. And I have included in the handout my remarks and a copy of the current RSA for your reference, and I will gladly take questions.
Thank you, Representative Fract. Questions for the prime sponsor. Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Associate, for taking my question. In the lines where you talk about the affirmative member shall not participate if there's a simple majority, if a member, if it's a question of whether this person should recuse or not, when you take them out of the vote, are they in the vote?
No,
at the
they do
time?
not vote.
So then, in the example of I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can I follow up?
Yes.
So then for an example, in a planning board which has 7 members, that one member does not vote, so that leaves an even number of people voting. If it's a tied vote, which is basically the vote fails, then does that member get to come back?
If it's a tie vote, the vote fails. I believe that's in my language. Representative Germana is shaking his head yes.
Further questions? Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It just says there'll be a vote taken. Is there supposed to be a hearing? Is there supposed to be evidence presented?
No, this is just a vote at the board level. I would presume that there might be some discussion amongst board members as to why the vote is needed, what qualities or relationships the person in question might have that would require recusal, such as your brother-in-law is the contractor on this. You're welcome.
Representative Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I personally, or in my municipality, we've never had a recusal request refused. But in any case, getting with what Representative Cronin was getting to, I think it's advisory, because if you make it binding, there's no evidentiary or due process rights afforded to the accused, so to speak, of needing to recuse. So I think, to me, that might be a little bit problematic. So what does this law, I mean, you're making it binding, so what does it do for this person's due process rights?
I think you raise a good point. And perhaps some sort of a hearing before the vote, or at least an opportunity to speak should be included. Would that help?
Yes.
Well, that would help, but I'm saying there's no evidentiary presentation. The board would have to, in my view, have to have a proof or evidence that that person does need to be recused. And if lacking thereof, I don't think just stating it would be good enough for his due process rights.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would the same due process question arise in the event of an advisory and non-binding decision?
Again, please, I can't hear you.
Would the same due process question and concern arise if the result were an advisory and non-binding decision? I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer either. I am not a lawyer.
Representative Guthrie is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could this be, other than an let me rephrase it. Could this not be a friendly operation where the member has a question in his own mind as to whether he is or she is in conflict and is actually asking the board for clarification? Somebody that say, I'll take the extreme if I could, Madam Chair, a second cousin to a developer, and he feels uncomfortable, and he goes to the board and asks the board, am I in conflict? Could that not be applied in this kind of a operation per your board, your bill?
That language is in the bill already.
So, right, so it does not have to be adversary.
It doesn't have to be, no.
All right, thank you.
But,
All right.
may I comment?
Yes, you may respond to his inquiry.
Okay. If someone on the board knew that the member's second cousin, or whatever the example was that you had given, was involved in this project, I would think that it would be appropriate for the board member who has this knowledge to bring it forth, and then the vote would be taken. That's the kind of situation that I'm trying to address with this bill.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? I see Representative Colby has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do municipalities already have a mechanism by which to develop conflicts of interest and requirements inside of a code of ethics or a similar document that they could adopt this procedure?
I can only speak to planning boards and zoning boards, and they do have rules of procedures and codes of ethics, which are put forth by the state. I can't remember the exact agency. And there are some individuals who will try to get around that. I have seen it in my own town.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Elward. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Deborah Elward. I represent Merrimack District 5. That's Andover, Danbury, Salisbury, and Webster. Excuse me. My friend from Enfield stole all my language. But I'm here to testify that I live in a town where there is overt conflict of interest, there is overt bias, rampant bias, weaponized against applicants by one of the boards that has resulted in unnecessary and costly appeals. And I am horrified by the fact that there's no conflict of interest adopted by that statute by the town. There are rules and regulations of the planning board, for example, and the zoning board. Nothing for the select board, by the way. And it's maddening. And I really feel sorry for applicants that may not have the resources to hire an attorney to appeal these decisions that are based on self-interest within the board. So I fully support the bill. I do understand some due process procedures should be included. And this is no reflection whatsoever on the honorable, dedicated volunteers who serve on these boards in other towns. But I've also seen it in another of my district town where a planning board chair got run out of town because he wouldn't follow the statutes. And it resulted in a costly appeal. And I've heard anecdotally from people throughout the years that their towns, especially small rural towns, have runaway boards. And I'd like to see a mechanism to get this under control. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Elward. Are you willing to take questions?
No.
Thank you. So that represents my last pink card. So I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a simple one. There was one sign-in for support and 0 for opposition.
Looks like we have the hard copy blue sheet coming.
Today's blue sheet has 1 opposed and 1 in favor.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 1759 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1497 relative to replacing members of a local land use boards for certain conduct. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Elward.
Again, good morning, honorable members of this committee. My name is Deborah Elward, and I represent Merrimack District 5. This sort of segues from my friend's bill into addressing the kind of conduct that I have experienced, witnessed, and have had to try to address at the town level. House Bill 1497 clarifies and standardizes the process for removal of members of land use boards, municipal county commissions, city councils, certain committees, and the select board when removal for cause is authorized by law. Current statutes use inconsistent terminology and procedures, which has led to confusion, uneven application, and unnecessary conflict at the local level. This bill does not expand removal authority or lower the threshold for removal. Instead, it ensures basic due process by clearly requiring notice, a hearing, findings of fact, and a vote taken on the record. This bill promotes transparency, fairness, and public confidence by making sure that when removal is warranted, it is done lawfully, consistently, and with clear procedural safeguards. Under current law, both appointment and removal authority are vested in the same appointing authority. While well-intended, that structure lacks procedural symmetry and can create the appearance of favoritism or selective enforcement. This amendment places removal authority with the governing body because it is structurally separate from the appointment decision itself. Assigning removal authority to the governing body reduces conflicts of interest and ensures that decisions are made collectively on the record and based solely on written findings supported by clear and convincing evidence, not not the lower standard of a preponderance. This law is already on the books. I tried to get the law enforced in a matter that I became aware of. And it was involving a land use board member. The select board responded to the allegations, a for-cause allegation, by saying, we agree with you, but we're going to leave it to the voters to decide, making it political. And so when you have serious allegations of misconduct, there has to be a method, a fair method of dispensing with the matter. There's concerns that this is establishing a formal removal process, but it's not. We already have it. It's just not clear, and it's kind of vague, and the average citizen really doesn't know how to proceed. That this bill could discourage qualified members, individuals from serving on local boards. Okay. In practice, the opposite is often true. In my experience, capable, ethical, and community-minded residents frequently decline to serve precisely because there is no clear mechanism to address misconduct, chronic procedural abuse, or bad faith behavior by entrenched members. When improper actions go unchecked, it is the reputation of the conscientious members, not the offenders, that are most often harmed. So a transparent due process-based removal framework does not deter good faith service, it protects it. By setting objective standards, requiring notice, findings of fact, and public record, this legislation reassures prospective members that they will not be forced to choose between remaining silent in the face of misconduct or risking retaliation. And
Representative Elward, the 5 minutes has expired. Could you sum that up in a sentence?
Last
perfect.
sentence. Or risking retaliation and reputational damage for speaking out. Thank you.
Thank you, and you almost got in there. So you're willing to take questions?
I just have one more comment.
Quickly?
There was a last minute 11th hour confusion with OLS, and there are changes that need to be made to this, corrections, errors, and additions. So I'm happy to work on an amendment with the committee, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Elwood. The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the last page in Roman 13. And Roman 13 says this section supersedes conflicting provisions of RSA 43. It doesn't state what the conflicting sections, provisions are, nor does it state whether or not 43 should remain intact. So I'm just hoping you can clarify that piece right there, which references 43.
So when I tried to have this statute enforced, it says after a public hearing, the select board will whatever. RSA 43 is a rather antiquated section where you get on horseback and you take notice, to the town clerk's office and post your petition or whatever on the door. And I wanted to make it clear that that provision was not applicable to the procedure in this bill.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Walker.
I'm a tad confused. Does this bill represent any changes to the law, or is this the current law just in here?
This bill requires some work through amendment.
I understand that. I'm just further.
Yes,
don't
I'll allow a follow-up.
Well, usually if there's any changes to a law, it's in italics, so you can see what's changing.
Oh, this replaces.
This is a replacement bill.
It's repealed and reenacted. Line 1.
Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It's actually two questions, so I'll ask one, then I'll ask for follow-up. On page 2, line 8, it says, upon written petition by any person for removal. So does that mean anybody from anywhere, or specifically from the town, or what does it mean?
I have an answer for that. Anticipating concerns about potential pushback related to the phrase upon written petition by any person in paragraph 4, and claims that this provision would have a chilling effect or invite retaliatory filings, I want to remind the committee again that the statute's been on the books for decades. If the language had resulted in an onslaught of petitions against land use board or other officials, we would know about it. The phrase, any person recognizes real world situations, a whistleblower may move away or may fear retaliation and rely on another person not living in the town to file the petition. So this language ensures that legitimate claims are not barred by residency status, residential status.
Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question concerns section Roman numeral 11. The requirements imposed under this section, including timely scheduling of a public hearing, providing written notes and findings, and rendering a decision, shall constitute statutory duties imposed by law. Failure to carry out these duties in good faith shall constitute official oppression under RSA 643(1). So that would apply to the other members of the body, correct? Not the person who is being accused of a conflict.
Correct.
So they would be punishable by law if they did not follow this section.
Correct, just as I stated earlier.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So would this bill allow an individual not living in, even living in the community, file a written petition to have an elected official, in the case of an elected planning board, removed from office?
That is correct, and they have to supply clear and convincing evidence of malfeasance, neglect of duty, or inefficiency in office.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Have you spoken to the Secretary of State's office regarding that situation with elected officials?
It's already on the books. It's already in statute. And there are other removal statutes regarding town treasurer, deputies, and under 42 for violations of oath of office. So this is a specialized removal statute.
Thank you. So before I recognize Representative Grund, I'd like to follow up on Representative Colby's follow-up. So to be clear, the way the bill is written, in your understanding referencing the RSA that you referenced, so what you're saying is that this bill would allow anybody, like an individual in another state or even an individual in another country, to petition to remove someone from office in the state of New Hampshire who holds a local office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for a second question. Thank you, Representative, for taking my follow-up. Again, page 2, line 8. It says, upon written petition by any person for removal of a land use board or other member. So my concern is how that's phrased, because it says for removal of a land use board or other member. It probably should say land use board member. And what does or member mean, if you could explain that? Otherwise,
All right, I can answer that. The term member is actually defined on page 1, line 15. And the title of the current statute is removal of land use board members. But under Roman II, which is current law, the city council, select board, county commissioners with the approval of the county delegation or district commissioners may, for any cause enumerated in paragraph 1, remove members appointed by them. So they're not land use board members. And so that line you pointed out needs to be reworked.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair calls Representative Ullery. Good morning, Representative Ullery, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, I think. Excuse me. My name is Jordan Ullery. I represent Hillsborough 13. I'm the vice chair elected for the town of Hudson on its planning board. The reason this is necessary is because some of the incidents that were related by my colleague happen even in Hudson, which is a pretty homogeneous community. We have 1 or 2 members which will verbally assault, will argue with, will engage in behavior that needs to be gavelled down loudly and repeatedly. And yet, there's no methodology, according to the select board, for them to remove an elected member. Language that has been used, which begins with adjectives that you don't use in public and ends in adverbs that you don't use in public. And there's nothing that can be done because the person is supposedly an elected person, will let the voters decide. You were elected to 3-year terms. That's 2 years of disruption, and that's 2 years of increasing the potentiality of the town getting sued because of the behavior. So in establishing some sort of program, what you're doing is you're protecting the taxpayers in the town from not frivolous, but stupid suits that didn't need to take place. By establishing a removal process with a few modifications, as was indicated, what is created is justification for the executive body in the town, that is the Board of Selectmen, to take action to eliminate a thorn in the side of the town that could and has in the past resulted in multi-million-dollar suits. I'm not talking about that this person needs to be recused because as he's a member of this organization or that organization. We're talking about a member who doesn't understand the law. So I would urge the committee to take an hour or two to work the language necessary and get something like this on the books so that the towns can be protected from individuals that can be disruptive. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, and I will take questions. I hope there's none.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Ullery. In your testimony, you alluded to certain individuals being disruptive at, I think it was Planning Board.
I've seen it at Planning Board, I've seen it at Zoning Board, I've seen the Conservation Commission, I've seen various boards.
So my question, I'm going to assume that these board meetings generally are not well attended, and that perhaps the general public, the electorate, is not necessarily aware of these disruptions because they don't attend. Would you therefore conclude that the electoral process would not likely work?
No, and yes. Yes, they're not well attended, but they're also sent out on, we have a very, very, very active cable TV, and a lot of people watch these programs. I find myself not watching commercial television as much as I did in the past, because a lot of it's, I've already seen that type of activity. So a lot of people do see what goes on, and they do follow the town, particularly the Planning Board, particularly the Zoning Board, particularly the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee and the School Board. Those are the biggies. People have the right to determine whether or not they're going to elect someone. If they want an election or appointment, that's fine. They've made that decision. They can switch back and forth as many times as they want. It's not permanent. If it works for the town. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work for the town. We've got a movement, a petition warrant article coming out to change back from election to appointed precisely because of some of the issues and precisely the inability to take this. But it's up to the voters to decide. So I'll give the voters credit. And some of them do listen to the speech that takes place here or the postings that are on this Facebook page as opposed to what happens in committee. Or worse, they're from a state that is not like New Hampshire and think that it's okay to do that kind of stuff. So.
Further questions? One moment. Representative Elward, I see that you have your hand raised. However, you are unable to ask questions of the witness because you introduced the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We heard that the statute itself, the language, already exists elsewhere in RSA. but that communities aren't willing to apply the statute as it exists. Which leads me to the question of what will change with this?
The explanation, I was going to say another word that begins with E, but the explanation that has been provided is that an elected individual is in a different category than an appointed individual. And therefore, because the people, the body politic itself has put this person in place, a specific methodology of removing the or reversing the vote of the people needs to take place. We run across this in you're all members of executive boards and or delegations, and some of you are members of executive boards. If you have a member of the executive board that signs up and doesn't attend the executive board meetings, there needs to be a methodology of removing that person who is elected to the position on the executive board on your county. Now, there is, and that's in statute. There isn't a place in statute for elected members of planning boards, as that's a relatively small, in the past, group of individuals, and it's getting larger. So this merely puts in a methodology. Clear and convincing is a pretty good standard. Most of the planning boards for the larger towns and cities are videotaped. That's clear and convincing evidence. You see somebody get up and start attacking a person because they want to put in yet another Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or whatever. Planning board doesn't care what you're putting in. Does it meet the requirements for that particular zone? It's the only thing. And you start going off on these side tangents, you get away from the job. So, yes.
Further questions? So I'd like to just follow up on Representative Colby's question. And
you.
the question is, as we've heard from the prime sponsor, that she acknowledges that, I believe I heard, that what this bill is seeking to do is already permissible under current New Hampshire law, albeit this is specific to removing and replacing members from local land use boards. So that being said, if this bill were to become law, what I don't understand if people are not following the law that we already have on our books. Help me to understand how this law, those same people would then choose to follow this if it were to become law.
Well, it was mentioned in testimony, the requirements under this section, under Roman 11. Now there's a penalty on the administrative body for not following the law. So that's built into. So that helps encourage administrative bodies, governing bodies, board of selectmen, et cetera, or town council, whatever you want to call it, to follow the rules that are set out in front of them. It also gives them cover from, oh, this is not with clear and convincing evidence, it's not political. Now, the complaint may be, the hearing is just something you have to go through. It's like if you object to the stop sign, you didn't run. By the way, I've always won mine.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Saborin D. Chouanier. Did I get that right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was perfect.
Oh, good. Okay. So good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you all. Thank you for having me today. Here to speak in support of the bill and also in support of the amendment that is coming down the pipeline for this bill as well. If you guys have a copy of that amendment, page 3, line 21, relative to excavations and driveways. So some towns. Sorry, someone. Okay.
I'm confused because we're on House Bill 1497 and your pink card says 1497, but it sounds like you're speaking to a different bill?
Uh,
It's okay.
There's going to be a proposed amendment coming down.
Am I confused here? No. Oh. Wait a second. So you're talking about a non-germane amendment? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So-
Okay, I guess,
So to be clear, the hearing right now
Mhm.
is on 1497. I have no knowledge about a non-germane amendment.
Oh.
And even if that was allowed,
Mhm.
we would have to notice a separate public hearing for a non-germane amendment.
okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, my mistake. Freshman. I guess I can come back when that's time.
Yes. Okay. So, okay, thank you. So next, the chair recognizes Ms. Burke Cohen. Welcome back.
Good morning still. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. I'm here to testify in opposition of HB 1497. As has been discussed, there is currently a removal process in the statutory scheme relative to elected and appointed land use members. The bill that's before you, the definitions are broad and would make it difficult for anyone to determine what is appropriate behavior and what is not appropriate behavior. It seems to allow for removal of members even if they're following the law, such as remote participation under RSA 91A, that is allowed and is legal. There are no constraints on it according to 91A, whether you participate remotely or not. Additionally, there were some questions that were asked. Giving anyone, let me say that again, giving anyone a cause of action is very broad. There were questions asked, would this include someone who is out of state? And the way the language is written in this bill, it could include someone that is out of state that is coming before a land use board and asking for their removal. This would allow anyone that's upset by a decision with a land use board to ask for that individual's removal. The definitions for a complaint of removal are that broad that it could really be anything, and they would have to go through an entire hearing process, which is costly, especially if the outcome will be, I'm just upset with this decision and I'm taking it out on my land use board. In essence, the proposed process undermines the independence of land use forums to make quasi-judicial decisions without undue political duress or pressure. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. So do you understand then, the same way that I do, that in Roman 4, upon written petition by any person for the removal of a land use board member or other member, that anybody on the planet could ask for the entire board to be removed? And if cause were sent in, a hearing would have to be held to remove every member of the board?
That would be my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Colby is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to ask this question knowing that I sit on a select board. Would you think that the logical step for a select board or council would be to contact their legal counsel upon receiving a written petition to handle the complaints and or accusations, or it doesn't seem like something that a select board or a town council may want to get involved with directly. So do you think that it would in fact
have the possibility of raising legal lines for cost.
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you think this bill, the gist of this bill, instead of being in this particular law, more suited for a code of ethics for that community? That way there's a removal procedure and everything, and due process in the code of ethics for behavior like this, and not in the statute, so anybody in the country or outside of the country can file this type of complaint against entire boards?
I wouldn't want to speak for municipalities, but I would say that NHMA supports the current statute that's on the books, which seems like you could have something like that. Code of ethics.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote testimony, we have 0 in support, 2 opposed, and 1 neutral. And today's blue sheet is blank.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1497. Next, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1246 relative to planning board members serving on other local boards. Again, as a reminder for people who weren't in the room previously, the chair will allow up to 5 minutes for the bill introduction, followed by questions and answers, and then up to 3 minutes for in-person public testimony, also followed by questions and answers. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Frucht, to introduce his bill to us today. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Municipal and County Government Committee, my name is David Fracht. I represent Grafton 16, the town of Enfield. I come before you now as a experienced introducer of bills. I'm here today to introduce HB 1246 relative to the planning board members sitting on other boards. This bill is a companion to last year's HB 92, but from the perspective of a planning board, not from the perspective of a zoning board. This bill allows individuals to sit on both a planning board and a zoning board of adjustment as either a member or an alternate, but not to sit on cases which have or will be heard by both boards. Some examples. Planning board issues a decision on a site plan brought by applicant A, which is then appealed to the zoning board. The member or alternate member then sitting on the zoning board would be voting on a decision that he or she had previously voted on as a planning board member and must recuse him or herself from participating in the appeal to the zoning board. Example 2, a member of the zoning board participates in a decision to grant a variance to applicant B. That member can not then sit on the planning board as an alternate considering the same project because that member has already participated in the zoning board variance and has expressed an opinion. Example 3, a member of a planning board participates in a subdivision application which has previously received a variance from the zoning board. The planning board conditions its affirmative decision upon the applicant receiving another variance from the zoning board. The member cannot then sit as an alternate on the zoning board to hear the second variance application, as he has already expressed an opinion through his participation and vote while sitting on the planning board. I could probably go on with other hypotheticals, but I hope you have the general gist of what the problems are. HB 1246 is a narrowly tailored good government bill that addresses a clear procedural issue in local land use decision-making. When the same individual serves on both a planning board and a zoning board of adjustment, and the same project comes before both boards, that person may effectively be asked to review or vote on the same matter twice. This bill does not prohibit dual service on both planning and zoning boards, nor does it question the integrity or dedication of local volunteers. Instead, it provides a simple, bright-line rule requiring recusal in limited circumstances to avoid conflicts, preserve impartiality, and protect the integrity of the record that clarity benefits applicants, boards, and municipalities alike, and it helps reduce the risk of appeals based on procedural errors. I will take questions.
Thank you, Representative Frocht. Questions? Oh, no, Representative Gilman? No?
No questions.
Okay, well, no questions. Thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Representative Elward. Did you want to speak to this bill? You'll waive off? Okay, thank you. That is my last pink card, so I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In today's remote testimony, we had 2 in support and 0 opposed. And in the room, we have 1 in support.
Thank you, and with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1246. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1802 FN-A relative to training, testing, and certification of local land use board members and making an appropriation therefore. The chair recognizes Representative Elward to introduce her legislation to us today. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. All right, so this is kind of dovetailing a lot of land use board matter today. This bill recognizes the planning boards and zoning boards of adjustment act in a quasi-judicial capacity and routinely make decisions that affect constitutionally protected property rights. So this bill should ensure that board members have a baseline understanding of applicable statutes, procedures, and due process requirements. 1802 accomplishes this by requiring uniform, no-cost, web-based training, open book, competency assessment, and certification for board members administered by the Office of Planning and Development, OPD for short. OPD already maintains web-based training resources for planning and zoning board members at no cost to anybody who wants to take them. This legislation does not create a new regulatory program, but instead standardizes and formalizes training, testing, and certification practices using infrastructure that is largely already in place. This bill emphasizes transparency and accountability through public certification while preserving local control over appointments, qualifications, and vacancy postings. It is intended to support better decision-making, reduce procedural error and litigation. It strengthens the integrity of local land use proceedings without creating new enforcement mandates or unfunded state oversight programs. This bill recognizes and supports the many dedicated land use board members who already make their quasi-judicial responsibilities seriously. In smaller rural communities, board members often wear multiple hats and may not have past experience, do not voluntarily participate in formal training. This assures that all board members, regardless of size of the municipality, have access to the same baseline and understanding of the law they are charged with applying. This bill ensures that decisions are made on the law and the evidence in the record rather than the misunderstanding of legal standards or upon any board member's personal bias. That consistency protects the integrity and public confidence in their decisions. One of the most important questions a land use board member can ask is, by what authority are we doing this? This act supports board members, particularly those who are unsure, by helping them identify where statutory authority exists for contemplated actions, promoting lawful, confident decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Elward. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes.
Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Walker is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you think that by requiring certification, requiring training, limits the pool of people that can actually serve on some of these small town boards?
Again, the idea that certification would discourage serving goes back to the idea that if you're a capable, experienced member and you're sitting on a board with people who have never taken available training, who don't self-educate, they are risking their reputations by that. And I believe that mandating training is necessary.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
On a second note, on the appointed boards, do you think this requirement should be excluded from the appointed planning boards? For example, in Rochester, we have an appointments committee that reviews each applicant. It also reviews the planning board chairman and all the chairmen of the boards, make sure their members go to training, the voluntary training. And then if that person does not show a path of training, they don't get reappointed. So it self-polices.
Mm-hmm.
I know Rochester does that. I believe Dover and Somersworth does that as well. So I'm just wondering, do you think you should exclude this requirement from appointed boards?
I believe that kudos to those communities that do that. But again, many smaller rural communities do not. So this just says all you have to do is make 3 attempts to get a certification. You don't have to get a certification. You just have to make the 3 attempts. And at the beginning of every hearing, the chair announces who is certified and who isn't for the public's awareness. And if you don't make the 3 attempts, it falls back onto 673.13 neglect of duty. That's all we're asking, is to make the 3 attempts.
Thank you.
Representative Elwood, I have a follow-up to Representative Walker's question. So to be clear, you're saying that the individual does not ever need to actually pass the test, just simply take it 3 times?
Attempt to pass it 3 times.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Under Roman numeral 6, where you're talking about the what the Office of Planning and Development, what their duties are, number 6 says interested parties must submit a letter of interest to the department or to, because right now we send a letter of interest to our governing body.
Okay, so Roman 3 addresses OPD requirements. Roman 6 is independent of that, of those requirements of OPD. And I will say that I handed out a fiscal analysis of my own, of the fiscal analysis, and I was a little perturbed by the misstatements and overstatements of their duties and the misstatements as regarding cost. All they have to do is refresh their tests from time to time and post the names of those who passed on their website.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just got 2, I think, wording questions.
Mm-hmm.
On page 2, Roman numeral 6, line 18, it references paragraph 8, but there is no paragraph 8 in the bill.
Good to know, thank you.
Can you tell me what paragraph 8 says?
I don't know, ma'am. It's just an error, I think.
Further in, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, follow up. Further in that sentence, it notes, no person removed from a local land use board under RSA 673.13, dismissed under 42.1.
To the land use boards.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to look at things on the whole. So I'm going to reference 1497 in a minute. And if I understood you correctly a moment ago, a member must make 3 attempts to get certified, but can still sit on the planning board.
Mm-hmm.
If in the instance that that person has not acquired their certification and 1497 were to have passed the previous bill, would failure to get the certification qualify for inefficiency or neglect of duty?
No.
Or a cause to be removed?
Right, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
This is not a punitive bill. We're not trying to punish anybody. We're just trying to get them educated to help protect people's property rights. And I think I made this as gentle and as doable as possible. And OPDs, I don't know how many people here are on a land use board who have taken the tests for planning board certification or zoning board certification, but it's already there. And some, it's voluntary. You can take one for fun that doesn't issue a certificate, or anybody can get a certificate. Member of the public that accesses the site. So the infrastructure's there, the idea's there. Let's use it to help advance protection of property rights.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Now I've forgotten what it is, but I'm going to ask the question from somebody online who asked why hold these positions or why would we require testing like this for only one area of governance?
That's a good question that should probably be addressed in other bills.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Feeding off of Representative Majority's question, so using the word shall obtain the certificate or shall obtain the training to get the certificate, when I hear the word shall, it makes it sound like the certificates require, which then assumes negligence if you don't get it, which is my concern if the other bill that Mr. Majority also referenced would pass. Do you believe that doesn't really, if you don't get the certificate using the word shall, that it then leads to negligence?
What line are you referring to?
It's not exact word, it's not exact line, but it's the overall thought of if you require a certificate, not require, but in essence, you use the word shall get a certificate,
Nowhere in the bill it says shall get a certificate.
but it says shall take the, it's the shall. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
It's voluntary and self-certifying.
Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to piggyback off of the question that you received prior. Could you give us any other examples of municipal roles, whether elected or appointed, that do require a certification?
I don't think there is any. I think it's all voluntary through various associations. But my problem is that in these smaller rural towns, they're not self-educating and they're not pursuing voluntary certification. And so you have a board literally doesn't know the statutes that applies to them. And it's a mess.
Follow up.
Could one say the same about the jobs that we do in the legislature?
Again, it could be addressed in a separate bill that all the legislators have to get mandatory training. Why not?
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. I'm interested in drilling down into a little bit of what your evidence is that prompted you to put forward this bill, that this particular system is a mess. What is the documentary evidence for that?
I would have to go back to my office and probably scrounge up about this much evidence. I currently have a malfeasance in office under 67313 allegation because a planning board chair, after they denied the applicant's application, the applicant appealed to the ZBA. The planning board responsibilities stop at turning over all the records to the ZBA. That's it. That's the planning board's done. But this chair literally tried to insert himself as a party to the applicant's appeal, trying to say that somehow the planning board was being harmed because he's appealing their decision. This went all the way to the Housing Board of Appeals, where this person was strongly admonished. He kept filing pleadings in the 11th hour, which postponed the ZBA hearings, caused lots of legal expenses because the town attorneys had to review it as well, caused the applicant additional expenses. There was no, again, by what authority are we doing this? when you don't know by what authority you're operating and you haven't been trained, then that's where the problems lie.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. Can you describe for me under, on the first page, line 14, the general court, never mind, the last, line 14. It's the further purpose of this act to promote transparency and accountability by requiring public reporting of training completion and to establish clear enforcement provisions for noncompliance. Can you explain what kind of enforcement provisions they provided by the town or OPD?
The bill says that if you don't even try to make 3 attempts, that would be neglect of duty under 673.13, even as the statute stands currently. It's the motivator. It's the motivator for making the 3 attempts. But you don't have to become certified. If you're embarrassed because you're the only one, that hasn't received a certificate at the beginning of every hearing when the chair announces who's certified, peer pressure might motivate you to getting the certificate or not. But the public should be able to know. And applicants.
Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for an additional question, and thank you. So the bill states that the applicant would have 60 days of being seated and annually thereafter. So I guess I'm wondering if this bill were to go into effect, how would the process play out for people who are already sitting on boards?
Say that again.
People who are already sitting on planning boards, how would this process play out? Would they have 60 days from the bill's passage, or are they considered on an annual cycle?
I think I have in here the solution to that, but I'm not seeing it readily. No, I think I dropped it. I think OLS took it out because I had in there by this date, after the passage of the bill, by this date, the certificates that are already been issued through the voluntary method would remain in effect. And then the members would make the 3 attempts. And I don't see it in my bill.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dolan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Have you thought about a different slice of a remedy that if the idea is to get people trained before they make decisions, to restrict their ability to make decisions until that training is complete? In other words, if you're on a planning board, that when an item comes up for a vote, you're not allowed to vote on it until you've completed the training.
See, I think that's too punitive. You'd have to differentiate between alternate members and elected members. You don't want to interfere with the elected authority the people have given the member by restricting his ability to vote. I think it's unconstitutional.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair calls Representative Frocht to provide testimony. And moving forward with regards to this bill, I would ask that the people who have filled out pink cards to please don't repeat information that has already been presented to the committee please offer to us novel and new information. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm David Fracht, Grafton 16, the town of Enfield. I chair the planning board in the town of Enfield and have done so for probably 8 years. Prior to that, I was a member, and prior to that, I spent 16 years on a planning board in Vermont, being chair for most of it. Education goes a long way. And honestly, I have seen new people come on to planning boards, and it takes them about a year to get up to speed unless they've had some sort of previous experience with land use, with permitting, that sort of professional background. What this bill proposes, as Representative Elward has said, is just the next step in what currently exists. The current training manual for the planning board is probably 100 pages, 8.5 by 11, maybe a little bit larger. Lot of white space, some diagrams. It's very, very basic, but it hits the basic points. The test that you take is open book. It's real hard to not pass it. And I think that having a bill such as this, which motivates people to take the training, to take the test, and to gain the certification, can only help local land use boards. It takes the emotion out of it because people would be then aware that there is a procedure that needs to be followed. There are ordinances that need to be looked at and applied in any particular situation. I've seen all sorts of very strange stuff happen because people on planning boards or people on zoning boards react emotionally and do not work with the rules. And my time is up, and I will take questions.
Questions for Representative Fracht? Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw Representative Walker's hand before mine, if you want to go to him first.
Sure.
Okay.
The chair, I look to my right first. The chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you, in your experience, seen a requirement for certification on planning board or zoning board in any other state, including Vermont?
I have not.
Thank you.
Representative Majori?
He just asked my question.
Okay. Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Can you enlighten me as to what paragraph 8, Roman numeral 8 is, that's referenced in Roman numeral 6, but does not appear in the bill? But appears consequential because evidently Roman numeral 8 can determine whether someone is eligible or not.
I believe you asked this question of the prime sponsor, and I will defer to her answer because I cannot find paragraph 8 either.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Ullery. Did I say that right? Is it Ullery or Ullery? Okay.
Julie, I believe you. If you're ever in Exeter, please stop at the local lane.
Welcome back.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jordan Ullery. I'm the vice chair and elected member of the Hudson Planning Board. Those of you who have served on planning boards or are familiar with it or have worked with the New Hampshire Municipal Association know that Hudson was at one time the most heavily sued town in the state, primarily because of ignorance on the part of the planning board members or the zoning board of adjustment members. Simple as can be. Personal preference was put in place of law. Currently, we have individuals that are up there and attempting to say that the town of Hudson can change state law because the town of Hudson makes ordinances. How? And when attempted to be corrected, the individual, what was that phrase used? Emotion comes to the surface. It is cheaper for the town to train or to hold a hearing than it is to pay out a $10 million claim. Or worse, get a development built with no town input. Because on the land use board, if the planning board makes a material error, the minimum requirements are instituted by the court. And the building goes up without much input whatsoever from the town. If the planning board members know what's going on, know what the law is, they avoid that trap and they avoid going to court. That's why this bill is important. Unlike many other boards and commissions and like the budget committee or whatever, the planning board and the zoning board of appeals are quasi-judicial in their hearing process. That is, they have a formal structure for the presentation and a formal decision-making process. If you know what the rules are, if you know what the law is, it goes simple. It goes through. In addition, the Municipal Association already presents some training on updates to the land use codes. They divide it according to ZBA or planning board. I enjoy taking those. You get to sit in front of your computer for half a Saturday and drink a lot of coffee and eat a bunch of starch that you probably shouldn't. But you do learn a lot. Thank you. I understand the time is up. I will say that if planning board members are not trained, suits are going to increase, particularly in this litigious society. And that needs to be taken into consideration. I will take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Colby is recognized. Oh, no, sorry, Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. If someone does not attempt to get the certificate, or someone doesn't pass the test to get the certificate, do you consider that negligent?
I think that individual probably may have a computer literacy problem, or I don't want to attribute any particular behavior to any individual, but there are some individuals, we've seen them in our own body, that have an agenda to follow that may not necessarily be applicable to the law.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair, but do you consider that negligent?
Yes.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question and supporting my town of Exeter.
Only if you go to the loaf and ladle.
Well, small space, long lines, so. My question was, because this bill targets, and I don't disagree, targets planning boards and zoning boards. What about historic district commissions, which have even less materials to train by and are also a regulatory board? Why doesn't it include them?
Because they're not that regulatory. They're town ordinance regulations, not, well, the town ordinance can only exist if there's state law. So when you reference a town ordinance to establish a historical district, which has to go through the planning board to be created as, or the zoning board, to be created in the first instance, then these are the administrators of the rules that are established by that. So they administer the rules that are already laid down by ordinance.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Oh, that was not nice. I get to go now? Thank you very much. I won't say it's a pleasure because there never is on this side. Thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Norwood. So good afternoon and welcome back.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Chris Norwood, and I'm speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, and we strongly, strongly support this bill. I want to just touch upon items that have not been touched upon before. I believe there was a question earlier, I believe it was Representative Walker, who asked about mandatory training, perhaps shrinking the pool of volunteers. I say with firsthand experience, though I've never served on a planning or zoning board, I've attended many meetings as a commercial real estate broker. And I have to say that these are the most dedicated people because we all know, we've all been to those planning board meetings that don't get out till 11, 12 o'clock at night. And I do think that some floor of knowledge for training and education is important. I believe Representative Stavis asked about some questions relative to what is the evidence to support the need. And Representative Ulrich in his testimony talked about lawsuits. And unfortunately, that is the governing tool of the day when the parties, either the applicant or the municipality, is unsuccessful in getting their way. There's typically appeals. And oftentimes those appeals are based upon merit and honest misinterpretation, either by the applicant or the planning and zoning board. But I just want to call a couple cases in recent years to this body's attention. In 2021, I believe, the Housing Appeals Board heard a case, the Shaddocks versus Francistown. And in this case, it was decided by the Housing Appeals Board that the town, Francistown, ruled unfavorably because it was based upon the opinion of the overture of the ordinance rather than specific clauses within such. The same thing happened in a case that all went all the way to the Supreme Court in the town of Franklin, where the applicant met very specific regulatory guidelines, however, was denied based upon the interpretation of the community feel or the aesthetics, none of which was in the ordinance. And the Supreme Court upheld the applicant's decision and actually ruled remedy against the town, which cost a lot of legal dollars. Finally, and I'm going to read from my phone here just because I think that this one was very strong. Raymond versus the town of Plastow in 2023. At a hearing, the Zoning Board of Adjustment repeatedly expressed concerns about trust issues with the applicant. And based upon that appeal went all the way up to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said a board cannot refuse to recognize that a proposed use is permitted solely because it distrusts the applicant or thinks the owner may later violate the ordinance. In other words, you're going against the merit of the application, not the person who's behind it. So I do think that this is a very critical bill that could mitigate future lawsuits, and it just provides a basic floor of training, which is already provided. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking my question. Would you surmise then that if this bill were to pass, that there would be no need for the Housing Appeals Board?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'd have to go through and look at the cases that were adjudicated by the appeals board. As I said, not all cases are solely about accusations by a planning board member like this trust issue, but rather there are some means for other decisions that are actually specific to statute. And the other plug I'll give to the Housing Appeals Board, it is a much less costly avenue for adjudicating hearings rather than the Superior Court all the way to the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
So that represents my last pink card. Is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Sorry, I'm having a technical failure. The blue sheet in the room has one for and one against. And give me just a second here. So, committee. And we are at 1802. I don't know how that happened. Too many bills. 1802, here we are. There is nothing to report.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 1802 FNA is now closed.
Madam Chair? It's
Yes.
Kind of a point of order on that. I stand corrected on the count of the remote testimony. Again, part of the, the thing. There are 2 opposed and 2 in support.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1479 FN. This happens to be an early bill. And I have no pink cards on this bill. So I would ask Representative Grund if she might introduce this. Well, no, well, yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of Municipal County Government. My name is Stephanie Grund, and I am introducing HB 1479. This bill repeals the authority for municipalities to impose and collect motor vehicle registration permit fees.
Thank you. So again, I'm in possession of no pink cards, so I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? I see someone standing up. And do you have a pink card? Just, sure, that's fine. So for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Joan Dargy, Town Clerk in Milford. And also, on behalf of New Hampshire City and Town Clerks, we're a little bit confused, so we were trying to listen to the sponsor of the bill first. So we're not quite sure whether it was just related to the fees for waste management and then there's talk of excise. So I was waiting to hear the sponsor. So I apologize for not filling out a card. As far as if it's related to eliminating motor vehicle registration permit fees for the town, I would just say that, for example, that would put a $4 million bill onto the property tax payers, because that's the revenue that we would lose in Milford.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I know what you stated, but do you oppose,
We
support?
oppose.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
I have to ask the question, are you willing to answer questions, take
Yes.
questions? Okay, questions for Ms. Dargy? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I will ask yet once again, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? So seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote testimony, we have 2 opposed and 1 neutral. And I'm guessing there's nothing on that. Oh. And in the room, we have 3 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 1479 FN is now closed. So I'm going to ask committee members just to hold for 1 moment while I confer with the ranking member.
I don't know what I did yesterday. I got this spot.
So we should have a field trip to the loaf.
Yeah.
We should all go to the loaf and
I
ladle.
can't eat anything there.
What?
I can't eat anything.
No, you can't eat anything.
I walk into the place like, so flour. The same with me and Ollie's. Although me and Ollie's tries to be gluten free, but
Melanie thinks it would be a good idea if we went gluten-free. Try. Would I notice?
I can give you a book called Wheat Belly.
Yeah.
Get the book called Wheat Belly.
Wheat belly.
Because today's, I don't have a funny pen, but I don't think we kept it when we purged. Wheat Belly. Wheat Belly. It's a really
You
good
have a
book.
lot of nicknames.
Yeah, we won't mention one of them.
What?
The,
All was. It was all captured.
No, the wheat that's grown now has been so.
No, it's on. Just turn your mic on. No, and try to.
So at this point, what we're going to do is committee members will take a break to consume lunch. And we will meet back here, the committee, at 2:15.
Yeah, when you get some. No, it's definitely.
Take a look at it when you get a chance.
That solves the middle of more space.
There's a lot.
Rebelling, you.
But we also remind members
No, it's
hearings are not essential. Hearings are not
Yes. At this time, the committee is going to move into executive sessions on bills that we previously heard. So as publicly noticed pursuant to House Rule 44, executive sessions on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. So with that, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1690 relative to impact fees.
Madam Chair,
Yes, the chair recognizes Representative Karazinski for a motion.
I'd like to make the motion inexpedient to legislate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Walker seconds that. Representative Karazinski, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I feel that the impact fees that currently go toward capital projects shouldn't be mitigated by going to vehicles and equipment.
Further comments? So I would also like to add that impact fees currently in the state of New Hampshire are typically for capital items that are bonded with a lifespan of more than 20 years. The proposal seeks to include safety equipment, and that to me does not fit the criteria of impact fees and therefore is highly inappropriate. Additionally, I would point out that the language in the bill before us for consideration currently with regards to the impact fees, the language clearly states that it includes the following purposes and is limited to. By contrast, the bill before us is worded such that, and I find the language pretty vague. It has to do with the purchase of additional safety equipment. Now, it's equipment to a fleet. However, the prime sponsor testified that this pertained to vehicles. But that's not exactly what the language before us in the bill says. Again, it says safety equipment. I'm not sure that we have a definition of that. And it's equipment for a fleet. But more importantly, the language before us states including but not limited to, which is in direct contrast to what is already on in our state law. And so that really opens it up to other things. And then to point out, if approved by the governing body, the bill is inadequate and therefore is inexpedient to legislate. So I will be supporting that motion. Further comments? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1690. If you are in support of that motion, you will vote yes. If you oppose the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. Without the committee recommendation on House Bill 1690 is inexpedient to legislate, and without objection, that recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Karazinski, would you write the report? Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1690 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1461 FN Local, encouraging municipalities with sewage systems to extend system service to neighboring communities. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move inexpedient to legislate on HB 1461 FN Local. And I'd like to speak to my motion.
Is there a second? Representative Frocht seconds the motion. Thank you. And Representative Stavis, you may speak to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we are recommending a vote of inexpedient to legislate on this bill, we also would like to make a statement about its importance to the state of New Hampshire and the intent of the bill. This is good policy. This is sound policy. This is exactly what we need in order to meet our housing shortage. However, a bill such as this that deals with multi-municipalities, sewage systems, water treatment systems, and the like is a very complex matter. And we feel that we don't have time between now and the end of this legislative session to do it justice. So we are hoping that the sponsor will come back to us in the next biennium, the first year of the next biennium, so that we can work further on this with the sponsor, because we feel it is of utmost importance to the state. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to say thank you to Representative Stavis for what she said, because this bill and this idea is very important to towns like mine in order to be able to help housing and growth and even bring in other business. So thank you for that statement.
Further comments? So I would also echo Representative Stavis's comments. I personally feel that this is an important bill. I am a co-sponsor. And however, after the hearing and after the committee considered the testimony and the bill introduction, there are some questions and concerns. And if we are going to move forward with something like this, it needs to be right. That's really important. So yeah, being in the second year, I would encourage the prime sponsor to consider the feedback, the questions, and the input from the committee, and to rework this, tie up some of the nebulous sections, and take the feedback and refile it next legislative session. Representative Stavis?
And thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may take the liberty of adding that I would hope that the sponsor would speak with some municipalities that are already doing this. For example, Lebanon and Enfield. and there are others around the state, to, talk with their Department of Public Works and talk about the intricacies of systems like this and what needs to happen on the policy level in order for them to work. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1461 FN local. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes, please.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Albert?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1461 FN local is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that recommendation will go on the House consent calendar. And Representative Stavis, you'll write the report. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1461 FN local is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1344 relative to intermunicipal compacts. The chair recognizes Representative Colby for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion of inexpedient to legislate on HB 1344.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Colby, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, just really quick. There were some concerns around adding another layer of government. And in addition, there already seems to exist in statutes enabling clauses that allow municipalities to enter into intermunicipal agreements.
Further comments? I will add that, yes, based on current RSA, this, while the intent of the bill is laudable, it's unnecessary. We don't need additional laws on our books to do something that can already be done in statute. So, further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1344. If you're in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Albert?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1344 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Colby, would you like to write the report? Okay, thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1344 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1468 relative to municipal flood resilience planning and the use of planning grants. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move ought to pass on HB 1468.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Franz seconds the motion. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Significantly, my motion is predicated on the original bill and not the amendment. Just want to make that clear. But we think that adding flood resilience planning and the use of planning grants to a municipality's master plan is generally a very good idea and a very timely one.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1468. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1468 is ought to pass. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Stavis, would you like to write the report? Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1468 is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1497 relative to replacing members of a local land use boards for certain conduct. The chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like the motion of ITL on HB 1497.
Is there a second? Representative Majori seconds that. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I appreciate the efforts by the sponsor, but it's kind of more than just the removal or appointment of an elected local land use board. If you get on to Section 3, it defines what the member is. A member means an elected, appointed, ex officio, or alternate member of a planning board, zoning board of adjustment, board committee or subcommittee, council, select board committee, or county or district commissioners. So this bill really expands the type of conduct that each person can do. And at this particular time, I think the bill needs a little more work and should be more focused on the one issue that the sponsor is trying to deal with. Looking at it here, it seems to be also affect a lot of other members or elected officials within the town and the county. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Elward?
I want to thank the committee for listening and comprehending what I'm trying to do. And I agree that it needs a little bit more work, and I'll do that.
Thank you, Representative. Further comments? Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to take the feedback, and we, as we did with previous bills, would encourage you to take that under consideration and rework it. And please file another a reworked bill in the future. Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1497. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Alward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1497 is inexpedient to legislate, and without objection, that will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative McDonald, would you write the report?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1497 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1246, relative to planning board members serving on other local boards. Do I have a motion? Representative Stavis is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move, ought to pass on HB 1246.
Is there a second? Representative Gilman is recognized for the second. Sorry. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Having served on a planning board for many, 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 many years, I think that 1246 is a very good measure. It will add yet another kind of guardrail, if you will, to the integrity of the process that planning boards go through to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest that can be avoided.
Further comments? Representative Gilman?
Yes, I like this bill because it just really clarifies what is a good practice, and, active zoning boards and planning boards, et cetera, may be doing it, but here we're explicitly saying this is how it works.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1246. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Alward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1246 is ought to pass, And without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Frocht, would you like to write the report?
I will do that.
Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1246 is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1802 FNA relative to training, testing, and certification of local land use board members and making an appropriation therefore. Do I have a motion? Representative Majori is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I will move in expedient to legislate on House Bill 1802 FNA.
Is there a second? Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Make a note. I totally get it. I get it. I'll borrow a line from my friend from Lebanon just made a moment ago. Having served on a planning board for a very, very, very long time, it's tough. And there's a lot to know. There's a lot to learn. And I don't think that you ever have that full body of knowledge, no matter how long you have served. I see some nodding heads there. And I think that everybody should take the opportunity to get the training that is available. Not everybody, but if you're going to be involved in land use issues, get the training that is available through the state right now so that you can serve your community in the capacity for which you were elected. I do have questions, though, and I believe others may too, have questions about how to effectuate this bill, how to, for instance, in Roman 2, members must make at least 3 attempts within 60 days of being seated. You've made the attempt. You haven't passed. You're a sitting member of the board now with the scarlet A on you, and I do think that that could cause a problem. Now, I do think that you should know what you're talking about, but I do think that if you've gotten the testing, great. You serve on your board. You've been elected to do this. I think that you go into this knowing that you have to know. I somehow don't think that there are people who know nothing about land use who sign up for the planning board. So I just think that for many reasons, while I laud the attempt, I think the bill does not meet the standards to be able to effectuate the goals. And for those reasons, I hope that everyone would support ITL.
Further comments? Representative Elward.
Thank you. Thank you again for all your interest and kind comments and patience. I think the testimony today confirmed that the problem is very real and that professional stakeholders and public officials alike deal with the land use outcomes daily and support the concept. So I'm going to continue working on it to see what I can do. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to recognize and thank the prime sponsor on this bill for listening to her constituents and making a fully valiant effort to respond and just be a good representative.
Further comments? Representative Guthrie is recognized.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, if I could, Madam Chair, that I've also been a member of an ex officio, member of the planning board, as the selectman's representative, and I've found that those people who qualify themselves and agree to serve on both the planning board and the Board of Adjustment are dedicated people and are more than willing to get educated. And as an aside, most, if not all, planning boards have staff, and that they have counsel and usually engineering on the development. And I think that the towns are well served by these boards.
Further comments? I would like to comment that, again, while I respect the prime sponsor for working very diligently on this legislation in an attempt to address a situation that she sees needing some rectification. My concern would be with this requirement with regard specifically to local land use board members is that there are currently in our New Hampshire law, there are no other boards or committees which require training and certification in order for those members, be they elected or appointed, to be able to serve. So that would be a concern that would be enough or in part for me to unfortunately need to support the motion of ITL. Further comments? Representative Elward?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate your feedback. The importance, the reason is that these boards act in quasi-judicial capacity like a court, and I don't think there's any other boards in municipalities that have that kind of scope of authority. And this is why it's so important that these members know the law and the regulations that govern their actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1802 FNA. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1802 FNA is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Majori, would you like to write the report? Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1802 FNA is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1479 FN, repealing the motor vehicle registration permit fee. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative Dolan is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Frock seconds the motion. Representative Dolan, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. The language in the bill was confusing and unclear, and unfortunately, the sponsor failed to appear before the committee, and therefore clarifying information from the sponsor was unavailable.
Thank you. Further, are there any comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1479 FN. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1479 FN is inexpedient to legislate. And without objection, that recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And I will make a comment. Despite the fact that the bill has a fiscal note of greater than $10,000, because the bill was inexpedient to legislate, it can go on the House calendar. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1479 FN is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1242, requiring county convention budget estimates to delineate between funding used for operations of county government and funding used for other state or federal government purposes. Do I have a motion? Wait, I said 1242.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I would like to make a motion of ITL on House Bill 1242.
Is there a second? Representative Stavis seconds the motion. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We did hear from the sponsor of this bill about some deficiencies in the bill, and they were working on an amendment. And I do believe once that language has been fixed, that this is a bill that can pass. Unfortunately, we don't have that language as of yet. And so, speaking with the sponsors and other stakeholders, they are fine with this bill going ITL and will either refile the bill or find another way to get the language introduced. We do think it's a good idea. I think there's probably general consensus that it's a good idea, but we don't have the amendment to be able to act on. Thank you.
Further comments? So, yeah, to echo Representative Majori, there are technical issues with the bill, and there needs to be quite a bit of work done, and the prime sponsor is not responding. So I support ITL and encourage those fixes to be made and for the bill to be refiled next term. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1242. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elbert,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1242 is inexpedient to legislate, and without objection, that will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Majori, would you like to write the report? Thank you.
Yes.
And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1242. So at this time, I'm passing around an amendment to the next bill. So at this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1044 relative to filing of vacancies in the office of a county commissioner. So the amendment that is being passed around is Amendment 2026-0069H, and it was distributed to committee members approximately 2 weeks ago via email. And I'll give a few minutes to refresh your memory. So at this time, I would like to offer Amendment 2026-0069H to House Bill 1044. So the reason for the amendment is during the bill introduction and also the hearing, some questions were raised with regards to this particular section of RSA. Particularly the last part, which was not changed by the bill. However, I know that we say don't look at the part of the bill before us that's not crossed out or in bold italics, etc. However, when one is filing a bill that affects a particular subparagraph, it's important to comprehend and consider the changes that you're making and how that affects the rest of that section. So the prime sponsor was asked by a committee member with regards to that second half, and the prime sponsor admitted that it wasn't clear. So when I studied this bill prior to the hearing, it was not clear, the wording. And furthermore, it undid what the prime sponsor was seeking to do with the reason why he filed the bill in the first place. So that's how we got to the amendment. It clarifies what is the RSA is saying in that second half. And the other problem that I picked up on is that the prime sponsor is in a county in which they have two-year terms only. So that's what the prime sponsor perhaps is familiar with. However, with regards to county commissioners, the other counties in the state, there are 2 and 4-year terms. So that added some confusion that the 4-year terms was not addressed. And furthermore, like I said, the bill as filed didn't go all the way, and it needed to specifically say that if there's a vacancy, that the commissioner in that particular district, that position would be filled by the county convention members that represent that district. So hope that made sense and that you will support this amendment. Are there any other comments? No. Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2026-0069H to House Bill 1044. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll on the amendment only.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. So the committee accepts the amendment with a vote of 18-0. So the motion, could somebody like to make a motion? I can do it. OTPA.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Thank
for
you.
HB 1044.
Sorry, excuse me. Is there a second? Representative Murphy seconds it. So I'll speak. Is that okay? All right, I'll let you speak to the motion and then I can speak to it. Or you don't need to if you don't want to.
I think the amendment makes the bill much clearer.
Yes, and so the amendment the amendment supports the changes that were made in a previous bill that the prime sponsor filed. So, other further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1044. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1044 is ought to pass with amendment. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar, and I will write the report. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1044 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1296, relative to the conditions for and procedures for the adoption of the elderly tax exemption. The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get to the bill, I would like to point to the amendment that I passed out. I hope everybody has it. It is Amendment 2026-0152H. And if I can, I would like to move to recommend that amendment, and if there's a second, I will certainly speak to it.
Is there a second to accept the amendment? Representative Stavis seconds that.
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
no.
So first, apologize that there's a one-word change in this amendment, but that one word was not put in bold and italic. So I will point to it in line 5, the first word, only. Only is the only word that has been added to this amendment. Everything else is existing language that is in the bill. and it reads, "A town or city that has previously adopted the provisions of RSA, which is stated, shall not be required to readopt its provisions following publication of updated threshold amounts, which shall only apply to increase but not to lower the municipality's exemption," and the rest. So it was just a little one-word addition that we caught, and that is the only addition for this amendment.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2026-0152H to House Bill 1296. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion to accept Amendment 2026-0152H passes with a vote of 18-0. Is there a motion on the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would like to move OTPA on House Bill 1296.
Is there a second? Representative Stavis seconds that motion. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. So the bill is intended to increase the limits for, well, first of all, it should be noted that this bill, this language for this bill, has not been amended since 2003. That's a long time. I was only, I was a lot younger then and had a lot less gray hair. So as I get closer to 65, thinking about the income limits that we have here for seniors is an important issue. It's a very important issue for the state of New Hampshire as we look at the demographics and realize that this state has an increasing population of folks who are getting a little bit older. With just this reasonable change to the income limits, and it is a reasonable change, we hope that it will allow some seniors or afford some seniors the flexibility to be able to age in place in their homes should they decide to apply for the exemption. So for those reasons, I would hope that you would support the bill as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? So I would like to add that I also did research, and I do concur with Representative Majori. The bill, yes, was amended it was amended in 2023, 2006, 2004, and 2003, as the representative has stated. And those were residency requirements, and some dates were added in 2023. However, my research shows that the dollar amounts have not changed in 30 years since the bill was enacted in 1996. So to me, it's long overdue. So to be clear, the numbers in this bill are updated for an inflation, and that pertains to the floors. So I support the motion. Further comments? Representative Guthrie.
I just like to make sort of a personal comment because I'm not in conflict, but my town just recently, last year, already increased the amounts as proposed in the bill. So we're glad to see the bill, and maybe we can get an additional increase in the future. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us ought to pass with amendment number 2026-0152H on House Bill 1296. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elbert,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 17-1. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1296 is ought to pass with amendment, and without objection, the committee recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Majori, would you like to write the report?
Happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1296 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1278, allowing municipalities, cities, and towns a grace period to adopt a simple majority tax cap override procedure in perpetuity. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move inexpedient to legislate on HB 1278.
Is there a second? The chair recognizes, Representative Majori seconds that motion. Representative Germana, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. So while I can understand the sentiment of the bill and who proposed it, I just don't believe that the legislature can create opt-outs every time we pass a new bill, and it kind of contradicts what a municipality had voted on previously. So
Further comments? Representative Grund.
So I understand what my representative just stated. However, the timing of some of this is what caused me have a lot of pause. Those are us that are SB2 towns have public hearings in January, deliberatives beginning of February, where your warrants are set and you cannot change them, and you're now talking to your voters. Voting happens the second week of March. We heard the change to this law February 27th. So there wasn't a chance for the towns that are SB2 to even talk to their voters about what bill was actually sitting on, or what warrant was actually sitting on their ballot and what they were actually voting for. They didn't know it was going to change to a 3/5. So I'm struggling with this, and I actually oppose the ITL motion.
Further comments? I would agree with a previous comment of the member that made the motion. It's improper to respond because you don't like a bill that passed. And also, based on the testimony and during the hearing, and I found that the language in the bill, specifically to readopt the provisions of RSA 32:5-B, Roman numeral 3, that existed before September 13th, 2025, is vague and onerous. And to me, this is it's not good law. It's very confusing and, in my opinion, chaotic. So for that reason, I do support the motion of ITL. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1278. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 16 to 2. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1278 is inexpedient to legislate. And without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1278 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1383, relative to methods for overriding local tax caps. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Franz. Oh, I forgot to do that.
I make a motion to ITL this bill.
Is there a second? Representative Walker seconds the motion. Representative Franz, would you like to speak to your motion?
I feel this bill is unnecessary. The only testimony that we had said that the only reason for passing something like this was because it would take too long at a town meeting to count written ballots. And I just didn't think that was reason enough to put through a new law. And it's an important issue. I think, you should give people time to think about it. And that's my opinion.
Thank you. Further comments? Okay, so I have a comment, and it's somewhat of a generic comment, but I would note that whenever law changes, it's curious that we have a number of bills filed in response to a particular bill that was filed, that was signed into law last year pertaining to tax caps. And I would note that, to be clear, Senate Bill 2, which is the official ballot referendum form of town meeting, that was enacted in 1995. And it has been, that section of statute has changed 13 times. And I highly doubt that every single time the body of SB 2 had some changes to statute that there was a litany of bills filed. So just wanted to point that out. So and additionally, this particular bill strikes the procedure to vote for the override, voting on it by ballot. So again, to be clear, if you have adopted SB 2, the questions, all your warrant articles are going to be on the official ballot, and that's the way that you're going to vote. And if you have traditional town meeting, what the local tax cap law stipulates is that vote to override is by paper ballot. which we heard the prime sponsor discuss in his testimony. And I feel that it's important to maintain that paper in the secret ballot due to the importance of precisely calculating the vote in order to determine if the threshold was achieved to override the tax cap. So I think that the way that the law is currently now is proper, and it makes sense. And to undo that, I have caution with regards to that. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before, I just want to check to see anybody over there had any comments. The motion before us on House Bill 1383 is inexpedient to legislate. If you are in favor of the motion, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Elward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
No.
Representative Gilman?
No.
Representative Majori?
No.
Representative Frocht?
No.
Representative Colby?
No.
Representative Germana?
No.
Representative Gerard?
No.
Representative Grund?
No.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10-8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1383 is inexpedient to legislate. And that will go on the regular calendar. And Representative Franz, would you write the report? And minority report, will there be a minority? Would you like to write one? Representative Grund, thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1383 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1227 relative to the calculation of the local tax cap. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Walker for a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair. I make a motion to inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Franz seconds that. Thank you. Representative Walker, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think this goes along with the other tax cap related bills, so I think it's just a lot of confusing language and doesn't need to be.
Further comments? So I would like to add that what the bill seeks to do is to, the prime sponsor noted that when you have a bond, the first year is small because it's only the interest part. And then the second year, it's typically a larger payment, and it encompasses both the principal and the interest. So he's looking to manipulate the previous year's spending so that accommodates the future year tax cap calculation. And in my opinion, that goes exactly right against what the purpose is of a tax cap. And my comment would be, I understand how those payments play out over consecutive years. And what that means then is that hard decisions are going to have to be made with regards to proposed spending and at the end of the day, it's up to the legislative body with regards if they, you know, if you're going to go over the tax cap, there is an override mechanism by which you can override that tax cap. And so, you know, if you want to, if the legislative body wants to spend more and override the tax cap, there's a mechanism by which to do that. So I just feel that this is unnecessary. Further comments? Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to comment. I don't think that, I would hope that nobody's trying to manipulate the numbers. The budget process should be an open discussion, a transparent discussion, and part of that transparency includes knowing exactly what your numbers are. And in year two, when we have these bond payments, you know what your numbers are. You've gone to the bond bank, so you know what your rate is. You know what your P&I is. So year two, when you start your repayments, you can go to the voters and say, here's our number. Year one, you can't do that. You haven't necessarily gone to the bond bank. You don't know what your interest rate is, or you haven't locked it in. You may know what your interest payments are, but you don't know what the all-up, all-in number is. So in that first year, I do not believe that you can give your taxpayers an honest, you cannot accurately calculate the number against the cap in that first year. So by doing this simple change in this bill, by including it, they're not saying that you should not include it. They're saying you should include it in the year where you make the repayment, year two. I think that's a reasonable change and gives you the kind of specificity that residents and taxpayers deserve. So for those reasons, I'll oppose the ITL, and if we can get to an OTP, I'll certainly support that. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1227. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 11 to 7. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1227 is inexpedient to legislate, and that will go on the regular calendar. And I will volunteer to write the report and the majority report. Who would like to write the minority report?
I got it.
Okay, thank you, Representative Majori. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1227 is now closed. So at this point, we have concluded both our publicly noticed business for today as well as execing bills that we have previously heard. So I would like to announce to the committee that we have, by my record keeping, we have execed all bills that we have heard, save two. So, as always, this is our favorite time, and it's the afternoon announcements. So the committee will meet again this week at 9 a.m. on Friday, January 23rd to hear bills, as well as to potentially exec bills that we have heard. So members writing committee reports that we exec today, please have your carefully edited and reviewed reports to the chair no later than midnight on Sunday, January 25th, or as soon as possible. And I do have some outstanding committee reports from the bills that we execed 2 times ago. If you're one of those people, please be cognizant of that and get them to me, because with regards to the bills we previously exec before, not today, I would like to submit those to the committee researcher and the committee assistant for processing. So that's tomorrow. Is there any questions or comments? Okay, I would like to thank everybody for your service to this committee and for your cooperation, and the meeting is now adjourned.